actually the next phase which technology will take us to. And today here, let me introduce myself. I'm CIO, so Chief Information Officer of ADA University here. And our panel consists of actually 8 great colleagues, which we are missing 2 of them. Unfortunately, from government, we invited a representative from the Ministry of National Security and Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but they are both having some very, let's say, important issues, which that's why they were able to join us. And DILAM, Vice Deputy Institute of Information and Social Development, CICIR, and Simone Delacarda, Institute for Electronic Participation, and Michiko Enomoto, sitting right, and Mr. Tual Mamado from the Special State Protection Service Agency, and Mr. Ali Mailov, who is Data Processing Center, Minister of Applications and High Technologies representative, and other 2 colleagues we are missing here. Well, we are trying to make the panel more interesting and mixed, a mixture of some presentations and discussions. And that's why we can start with one presentation, which you will start. Please go ahead. And by the way, for interrupting, before starting the presentation, for the information, we have the translation here. You can switch to channel of translation. So in Azeri, you can listen our discussions. Thank you. Enjoy.
Hello. Thank you very much, Akit, for this nice introduction. Also, thank you very much for naming me to be here again this year. Last year we had a very interesting discussion about electronic participation at the Regional Internet Forum, Governance Forum. And for this year, as I'm coming from the NGO, which is covering the issues of how Internet is influencing democracy and citizens' participation, I was thinking about how to put this in further in my presentation. So I decided to give an insight how the non-governmental organizations are actually trying to put some issues on the government agenda when governments are deciding how to use ICT and also how to create this new society. So I'm really happy that we are starting actually a government panel with a non-government perspective, and this is going to bring additional added value for the forum. So this is the brief overview of my content. It's going to be quite fast because we're already running late. I'm talking about, in the context of Slovenia, how the NGOs are trying to organize themselves and trying to collaborate, being in partnership with the government, and the government is deciding about the key issues about development of digital society. So, but just to briefly explain what is the content in Slovenia right now. Slovenia, as a member of the European Union, also as a member of the OECD, is actually connected with these mainstream developments about in terms of the digital society. You know, the European Union has this flagship about digital agenda for Europe, which is covering all different ranges of development of digital society, from security, privacy to internet and neutrality, e-government, e-skills, online involvement, and so on. Also, OECD is very active in the area of open government and open data, and Slovenia is part of these developments. However, if you look at how Slovenia is ranked according to different indexes, you can see that Slovenia is not really a front runner of those developments, although it's more or less following them. But in the past times, it also had some highlights in terms of development of participation. It was very good marked by the European attention participation in it. Also, the government services were quite good started in the past. But of course, this area is rapidly developing and countries are completing the set, so the countries can easily move their rankings up and down. What are the latest development in Slovenia is that in 2013 a national IGF was established in the country called Slovenian Internet Forum. The Institute for Electronic Participation I'm representing is also founding organization of the forum. Also, we in the country, in the Slovenia, we also concluded national smart civilization strategy, which is putting a lot of focus on smart cities development and e-health. And also the Digital Slovenia 2020 strategic initiative is now on the government, on the parliament procedure to be adopted. This is the framework. I'm going to go to the key issues of my presentations now, how the NGOs are actually contributing to these developments and how are acting as a stakeholder. And if you look at the public policy, information society as a public policy in Slovenia, you can see that we are actually facing a kind of institutional instability and fragmentation. We had the Ministry for Information Society established in 2000, but then abolished after the government changed it. Currently, the digital society is covered by 3 ministries. The main, how to say, ministry is Ministry of Education, Science and Sport, where the Directorate for Information Society is put under. Then we have the e-government projects, which are run by the Ministry of Public Administration. And then we have another Ministry of Economic Development and Technology, which is doing with this digital entrepreneurship, digital innovation, and digital market. If you're looking from the other side of the stakeholders, we have a pluralism of interest. There are many different stakeholders trying to influence the policy, but the corporate interests, like telecoms and ICT companies, are prevailing because they have better lobbying and capacities. Also, we have, maybe this is also cultural specific, many influential opinion makers, individual citizens, which are often using this topic also for self-promotion and being very favored by mass media. That was the case with the internet neutrality issue in the European Union, when specific individuals start to claim that this new European Parliament legislation, which is not really paying attention to the internet neutrality, is bringing the internet freedom to the end, that there is not going to be, this is the end of the free internet, and so on. On the other hand, we have NGO sector, which is very atomized, and rarely we can see any organized NGO activities in terms of advocating for specific issues like inclusion of disadvantaged groups in terms of the digital policy. So we have many challenges in Slovenia, especially how to design this dialogue between different stakeholders as a part of the national IGF. And also there is a result of this is that we are often having implementation deficit. And information society in Slovenia is, comparing to the average of the European Union, is sometimes sit backing behind. So the NGOs and the policy relation here, of course, NGOs have different limitations, of course, advantages, when they're trying to influence the government ICT strategies and policies. The problem in Slovenia is that mostly they're voluntary based, so people working during the day in their offices, and they also try to be active in the civil society sector. Afternoon are often not professional NGOs. Also, their capacities problem, how to address complex ICT strategies, issues in terms to provide beneficial inputs to the policy. And also there is all those problems with funding in the non-profit sector. However, there are advantages of NGOs because they're often covering less spectacular but very important issues of digital society, like digital inequality, digital skills, internet access, so on. So those, in the framework of no one left behind in terms of development of digital society. Also, they have very good overview of what is going on the field because they are mainly working with the users, with the people on the field, and they, however, they can have some policy advocacy capacities in terms of mobilizing
people raising some issues which are often neglected by the government. So what we have done in this regard to improve the situation in the NGO sector, we started a network of NGOs for an inclusive information society last year, which was also financially supported by the European Social Fund. And we are trying to address different issues like digital inequality, privacy on the net, internet neutrality, free software, open source, also open government data and democratic participation. What we have so far achieved is that we managed to put the NGOs as stakeholders in the national information society strategy development until 2020. So the government is now recognizing the NGOs as a stakeholder. We also put it more emphasis on digital skills, digital inclusion of marginal group in the government strategy, and also more provisions about open government and open data. So I think this now government strategy is much more balanced, because the draft version was mainly about internet wires and the infrastructure, more technical issues of the internet and digital society. What we also do is we are promoting open software and online services. We created our partners and members in NGO networks who are actually NGOs, associations, created an NGO cloud for other NGOs to use, to manage associations, to share data, also to vote about among members about how the association should work. Also, we are providing free webinars, workshops to increase the NGOs' capacities. Also collaborating with ICT sector companies in terms of the smart city. Smart city is now a very important strategic initiative in Slovenia, and NGOs prove to be a valuable partner with companies when there is need to do some test-based testing of application, even to design user-friendliness of e-services for smart cities, also bringing users, residents to those projects. And also we are working very hard to raise awareness about opportunities and challenges of information society, and our network is now having 50 NGO members. Most of them is not actually ICT savvy or dealing with concrete ICT issues, but also from the other areas of NGOs work, like human rights, like environmental protection, so on. So to slowly conclude, we also created an analysis among the NGO sector, what are the key issues, fields of information society in Slovenia, which NGOs and the government should address in the future. Also, they are also trying to address it now. Of course, there is open government, open data issues, e-participation between elections, digital security, privacy, and also there is a big political support by political parties in Slovenia to further develop information society, and also digital involvement of disadvantaged groups. Of course, there are many other issues, but still you have to do some focusing on the most pressing one. To conclude, I hope I managed to try what is the added value of non-governmental organizations in being a stakeholder and partner in digital society development, and also in the internet governments, because they have this other side of the coin perspective. And also they're traditionally more sensible for this societal, human, maybe non-technical perspective of ICTs. And we have to know that new society development is not only about internet wires, but also about values, culture, skills, and social justice. And this is something that also this internet ideal is about, that it's going to enhance those concepts. And of course, from the side from the NGOs, also us as NGOs, is important for us that we develop this sectoral consciousness as a stakeholders, that we also have as a responsibility as NGOs to advocate for public interest and also to bring added value to digital society development. So in this regard, I would give some humble proposal to the organizers of the next year regional Internet Forum Azerbaijan to put a panel for the NGOs on the agenda, so that the NGOs from the country and from the region could also discuss as a stakeholder those topics. And I think this is something that IGF on global level is already doing well, when the NGOs are one of the main stakeholders on the discussion of the internet governance. So thank you very much for your attention. I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Yes, thank you so much. It was, I think, very short and very informative and productive presentation. And according to the your challenges which you described there, I think you already been in our Assam service center, which they are doing very simply, really easy service for government services, and also they have collected a lot of services under one umbrella, which it's easy for citizens to go and get all the services in the same building. So I'm sure if you will, I don't know if you are partnering with them or not.
No, currently not. But I would be interested to get in touch. And
Yeah, I'm sure you will find a lot of interesting things and a lot of solutions. And for your information, when we have been joined to e-government events and together with Assam colleagues, during listening their presentations, it was very good and useful solution for also limited peoples, which they was used apparently a lot of government services and e-gov services too. So after this panel, we can organize some little quick meeting with you for checking their services. And okay, please.
Hi, my name is Gachay. I am from Microsoft Azerbaijan. Thank you for interesting presentation. I have a question actually. As you know, one of the biggest blockers in Azerbaijan currently piracy level. According to IDC, in Azerbaijan we have 85% piracy level. I would like to know what's the situation in Slovenia and what can you recommend in order to reduce piracy level in Azerbaijan? What can you share? What experience can you share for our roundtable participants? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your question. Yes, piracy issue was also a very huge issue in Slovenia about 5-10 years ago. What we do in NGO sector is to counterfight those problems. Is that, for example, there is an NGO in Slovenia which is collaborating with the Microsoft Foundation as a part of the TechSoup Global initiative, which is providing subsidized Microsoft and other corporation licensed software for the price of 10% of the market price. So this is one thing that this kind of the initiatives can bring NGOs to decide whether, because NGOs have problem with funding, and one of the reasons for the piracy is also the price of the software on the market, which many NGOs, also individuals, cannot afford, simply cannot afford. So what we are promoting in the NGO sector is, on the one hand, collaboration with this corporation to create this kind of opportunities for having cheap access to license program. But also on the other hand, we are also promoting the use of the open source and open software. So we would like to have NGOs in Slovenia to choose what they would like to use. Either they would like to use Microsoft or other license programs, or they would like to use open source operation system. So what our vision of inclusive society is that people can choose which platform they're going to use, but in order to choose, they have to be informed about different possibilities. And I think this information, consciousness, awareness raising is a good attempt to counterfeit the piracy, which is, I think, something that is not good. Thank you.
Actually, for information on the channel number 1 is the translation, so you can use it. Birinci kanalda tercüme birinci kanalda gelir. Yani ulaşabilirsiniz ve sorularınızı da verebilirsiniz. Actually, according to the piracy issues, it is one of the key points for actually coordinating and security issues too. So it is part of the security. And how is controlling? It's for me personally, it's interesting how it's controlled for government organizations. Are they using just a bundled, let's say, applications, or just some? Do you have any organization which receiving all the licenses to provide to government organizations, or it is just let's say each organization getting their own licenses to use for their, let's say, PCs and all the components. So can you explain this part too? It's very interesting.
I hope I understand the question about the licensing and the government. Actually, in Slovenia, there is an open market for people to buy software license programs. So the government, I don't see the role of the government here, because we have there are different. There's a market of different companies who are providing the software, so the people and the NGOs can decide what to buy on the market. And the licensing is then the question of the market conditions when you buy software. But also, as those initiatives I mentioned previously, different corporations have this kind of donator schemes when you can get those licenses subsidized, and also for a longer time, for not just for 1 year, maybe for 2 years or more years. And maybe, I don't know about the government, how the government will be here active.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any comments from? Actually, not just we have to forget about the panel. Therefore, we are collected here like a round table. So please just join to our discussions. You are also a member of panel. Just please be free for joining us. And do you have any comments from panel to the presentation, or just any questions? No? Okay. Yeah, let's switch to the next presentation, and we will have another interesting presentation.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, everyone. My name is Michiko Enomoto. I come from United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, based in Geneva. I'm responsible on the committee which deals with innovation, competitiveness, and public-private partnerships. Today, I would like to talk about that Azerbaijan did a great work to invest in ICT areas, investment in ICT infrastructure, and human resource development. But now is the right time for Azerbaijan to transform these ICT investment into innovations for wealth creation and economic diversification. So I think other speakers may mention that I have to congratulate Azerbaijan for its great achievement. With the leadership, you have invested in ICT infrastructure and you have achieved a lot. And also for the human resources, and ICT literacy is quite high. So when I started work in Azerbaijan in 2005, I was promoting knowledge-based development. But at that time, internet penetration rate was about 6-7%, and I asked the participant who has used the internet, and very few people. So it was really amazing, and it was really great that your government did everything good, and it was really exemplary. And so Azerbaijan is positioning quite well for the Network Readiness Index 2015, issued by the Global Information Technology Report, and so you are doing very well. So the theme of the panel is a smart nation strategy through ICT-enabled public sector innovation. So in the area of the public sector innovation, for example, government of Azerbaijan is using a lot of ICT applications to provide e-government services. So they have a very good portal, over more than 130 e-services of the 26 state agencies are using already e-government services. So the e-government development index is Azerbaijan is ranked 34th position in out of 143 countries. It is according to the Global Innovation Information Technology Report of the 2015. Congratulations. And so in the area of the public ICT services in Europe, government are using actively many e-services. So in the area of e-health, they have a lot, info-mobility and online timetable, travel planning, electronic road parking. A lot of European countries are already introducing an e-procurement, e-notification, online registration, supplier, and so on. And but each country is very different, so there is no real comparison statistics and studies. So I just put the link of one of our UNEC international conference we organized in 2013, evaluating the performance of the e-government services of the European countries. So you can just go through if you're interested in. The finding is providing e-service is one challenge, but also letting the citizens to use e-service is another challenge. So the finding shows that you have to really also take care of the internal digital divide, like aging populations for those who is not having ICT skills. That is the area you have to think about. So ICT is making a society even more smarter. So there are many things going on in the area of the smart energy, and many people has already mentioned about the use of the big data and the data-driven innovation. This is a very promising areas for the next 20 years. Big data analysis can be used to predict the future human behavior, check assumptions, detect future problems, clarify choices, and prioritize resources and identify solutions. For example, I'm from Japan, and we have a 2011, we have a big earthquake, Tohoku earthquake and tsunami disaster. And we have analyzed the big data from the sensors and the GPS information and all type of water level sensors. And so what the finding of the big data analysis shows that the aftermath of the earthquake, for example, Tokyo metropolitan areas, certain areas has an extremely high concentration of the people. People are gathering in certain places in a very dangerous level. So it may create further secondary disasters in the future. So they are using this useful big data information to build a disaster resilient community. So the potential of the usage of the big data is enormous for the government as well. So, and as well, and the smart cities. So there are many potentials for the ICT, you know very well. So smart nation strategy for Azerbaijan, as I mentioned, and as you well know, you have invested a very great work on the building up the ICT infrastructure, ICT literacy, and you are a very different nation compared to 10, 12 years ago now. So now I think it is a time for Azerbaijan. ICT itself is not the goal, but ICT is a means to create wealth through innovation. Because innovation will help overcome economic environment, demographic challenges in the future, and help you to diversify economic structure. And so I think for Azerbaijan, utilizing the asset you have built in ICT areas to strengthen the national innovation capacity so that you can use this ICT investment infrastructure, human resources to create the smart society and to go to the next high-level stage of the knowledge creation and to be a leader of the knowledge creation leader of the CIS countries and region. So how could government can facilitate ICT-driven innovations? So in terms of usage of the adoption of the ICT goods, ICT goods itself has a lot of innovations, embedded innovations in the machine. So using ICT itself is very good for modernization. You have already absorbed all these technologies and making your societies even better. But there will be a higher stage for diffusion of the innovation technologies, and also you could aim higher to create knowledge using through ICT and to be a leader of the knowledge creation. So in terms of the innovation, knowledge creation, and the Azerbaijan innovation system is still in a sort of early stage development. Compared to ICT Development Index, Azerbaijan is ranked 93 out of 141 countries, for example, the Global Innovation Index report in 2015. So there are a lot to do, but I think the comparing, learning your very good work of the government and leadership and the intelligence of the human resources in these countries, I think you can aim for the higher. So it is very important for the government to provide sufficient incentive mechanism to stimulate innovation and innovative entrepreneurship, because many innovations come from entrepreneurs and enterprises. Yesterday we had a very interesting session together with all these private sector participants, and there are some innovation coming out from Azerbaijan companies, but it's not enough. I think you can go more for that. So it is very important for Azerbaijan because national innovation system of Azerbaijan is still in early development stages. There are some organizations and mechanisms are still missing. So it is very important to create and strengthen relevant national innovation system institutions such as technology transfer agencies and more incubators, and also for the role of the educational institution is also very, very important. And there is also a linkage in between research and marketing, and through industry science linkages in Azerbaijan is not that strong. So it is very important also for the government to have some strategies to facilitate access to capital for startup companies. So as for the data-driven innovation, like how to benefit the future fruits of big data innovation is challenging. And EU are also having strategies, and many nations are developing strategies. Because to deal with the big data, you need a new talent who has a statistics skills, visualization skills, mathematics skills, and social insight. So it cannot be developed in one day. So developing and enhancing skills in data management and analytics skills in the country is very, very important. So that, like a university like ADA is very promising. So I think this is an area you should think about it. And also making public data accessible is important for the innovative activities. And while protecting privacy, promoting responsible usage of personal data is also very important. And respecting ownership of data, investing in mobile broadband security, and promotion of balanced legislation is essential. So in summary, I'm from United Nations Economic Commission for Europe. We are working in these areas for a long time, and we are encouraging best practices on innovation policy sharing among our member states. We have 56 member states, including Azerbaijan. We also conduct national innovation performance reviews on country by country, and working together with the member countries to help them to build and strengthen their innovation capacity. And we also do follow-up advisory activities. So we are with you, and we want to work with you, and I wish you all the best for the continuation of the great effort for the ICT development in Azerbaijan. And the next time after maybe 10 years, I will see more innovation flourishing from the region out of your great talent and ICT development. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Lord, for your very good presentation. And you have been touching to a lot of points, and of course, good points are not for us, and missing points actually exactly for us for taking care of them, for developing and actually solving these issues. And yeah, of course, we have a lot of good infrastructure, and we have, it wasn't so easy for Azerbaijan to bring to this stage and to this level. As you know, we are very young, and as a young republic, we have to build a lot and to be always optimized and always to develop our services and infrastructure. Do you have any questions related to the presentations? No? Please.
Hello, I'm Leonid Turov, PTLD. Well, I have rather a comment because I understand this is a bird's eyes view on the magnitude of problems and suggested solutions for Azerbaijan in particular. But you know what? Traveling across Asia Pacific, I found out some interesting things which might be of a certain value for the United Nations as well as for the local community in Azerbaijan. I believe that the core issue is about the legal framework and institutions. Once again, we talked about that yesterday. I'll be very brief. Also, I found out that there is a stunning difference between, I would say, the Western approach to innovation and ICT policies and the Eastern one. So the Western approach, which I personally favor, is permissionless innovation, which means that everyone can innovate at any time, in any place, whether that's Steve Jobs' garage or anything, and then has a chance to commercialize it, to put it on the market, which of course is very beneficial both for innovators and the community and the nation. And there is that Eastern way, which is pretty much Chinese way. You can replicate certain, let's say, innovations and try to commercialize them within the country. At the same time, closing the national market for any other competitors from outside. Like take Huawei, for example, or Alibaba, or any other example in China. They grew exactly because they built on innovation made in the US. I mean, they replicated mostly the US cases, and at the same time, the government was really keen to close the market for their competitors from the United States. So that to help these companies grow in a non-competitive or anti-competitive environment. Whether these companies can be competitive internationally, time will show, of course. But we can see that so far they were doing really good. Now, speaking of, that's, by the way, that's about legal framework and about institutions. Then yesterday I mentioned some laws which are indeed of a critical importance to ensure this permissionless innovation and, let's say, sound policies when it comes to effective marketing and commercializing of the products, ICT products. And I already mentioned that bankruptcy law, and it's not that accidental because at APEC meetings we discussed that issue at length and believe that it's probably one of the most important laws which would enable everyone to innovate in a fairly safe or safer way. But when it comes to startups, we heard those amazing success stories. I would argue that presently in Russia, Azerbaijan, Georgia, and some other developing countries, the situation differs from what I would tag as wishful thinking. Because still, again, the institution of angel investors and the venture capitalists, that institution is underdeveloped, and the government should pay specific attention to that. And secondly, we do understand that in vulnerable and oil-dependent economies, we go through these boom and bust cycles. Right now, oil-rich economies are in that bust cycle, which means that, for example, interest rates are very high. So it's impossible for startups to get a loan at a reasonable, let's say, rate and innovate safely. So probably there should be, talking about incentives, there should be some very fine-tuned government policy which is yet to be developed so that to help those young innovators without inflicting damage to the market. Because, for example, if as a startup I am to borrow money, let's say at 1% annualized, and a regular bricks and mortar enterprise can do it at 40%, then everybody will go into innovation, trying to get money from a so-called innovation, trying to get money from the bank at 1% and then to lend it to some other company for, I don't know, 39%, something like that. So these are very important issues indeed. Thank you.
I have one more question.
Can we get the answer to the first question?
Okay.
Please.
Okay. Thank you very much, Leonid. It's a very good comment. And actually, innovation is like a flower. You want to have an innovation flower to flourish. How you do it? You have to find a good seed. You have a good seed in Azerbaijan. You have a talent and good ICT development, and also the people are getting more global. So there are many people going abroad and finding a good seed, maybe perhaps to develop in Azerbaijan region. So you need a good seed. You need a good soil and ground, a good educational institution to help the young people and the adults to have a new skills and so on. But you need to have for innovation flower to flourish. You need to have a good ground and soil and prepare good registration and legal reforms and, for example, like to innovation to flourish, you need to have a good trade, remove the barrier of the trade, because you need to import a lot of intermediary goods for innovative activities. You have to also help the human movement, removing barriers so that your experts, your academic community has more easily to communicate with other international high people who has required skills. So also for the entrepreneurship education is important. Also financing is important because flower, you have a good soil, you have a good seed, but you need a water. Water is a finance. You need to have a good financial mechanism to help the startup companies, angel investors, and because I think these areas we can, Azerbaijan government can continue to work on it. And also you need to also pour resources for the scientific activity, science and technology. And also you have to help them to network or collaborate more closely. So there are many aspects which government can take initiative, and of course the private sector can do. And I think Azerbaijan is ready to go for the higher level, utilizing ICT development and human resources. And I think there are lots of role to play for the citizens, youngsters, universities, government, and the private sector. So I just hope, and I think you have a capacity to do it.
Yes, thank you so much. And let's get the next question, and after that we have to switch next presentation. Therefore, we have not enough time.
In 2002, the training center which I worked won UN grant, and we opened in Azerbaijan first IT academy. As a result, we educated within 1 year more than about 800 people. And now they are working in different companies as an IT directors, as an system administrators, and so on. My question is, currently, do United Nations has any grant program for ICT accessible for Azerbaijan? Thank you.
Yeah, I think United Nations is a big organization, so there are many, many different initiatives. So our organization helps the government and also for the experts to help to develop a good innovation policy. We used to work on ICT policy a long time ago together with the government of Azerbaijan. So we are ready to work together with you. And in fact, the Azerbaijan government sent a request to start the innovation performance review in the near future in the country. So we have a limited resources, so we are trying to find the resources. And I think hopefully in the near future we could work together with the government and the private sectors and different ministries to set up to start planning or to work together to make to help the innovation to flourish in this country.
Yes, thank you so much for your great things and also response. And let's switch to Mr. Problem Model for his.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, to switch to Problem Model for his vision and comments.
About the previous questions, I have comments like the young countries mostly when they think to do something, they mostly look around and see what kind of examples, practices do they have around the world, and it's, I think, natural to duplicate the systems or the techniques that the leader countries has. But when it comes to the innovative idea thinking, it comes when the country tries to duplicate some techniques or ideas and sees that these ideas or techniques are not that suitable to its society, then the countries or the peoples are thinking the new ways to make techniques and ideas that's gonna be suitable for his society. And in this way, I think this kind of like duplicating can seem like natural. In Azerbaijan, about the I also want to comment about the depending policy on oil and so on. Last years, Azerbaijan take a road like to be independent from the oil economy and investigate a lot in different areas, especially in ICT. And we also have a special developed project about the startups and support to startups. And government insists to support the innovative ideas and startup ideas, especially in ICT area, and have a lot of projects on it. And this project mostly supported via the Minister of Communication and High Technologies through the ICT parks and startups and so on. So we are also thinking about these innovative ideas and how to investigate it to make them like flourishing for the first seeds, and then they can walk on their feet. So.
Yes, thank you so much.
Yes, thank you so much. Actually, unfortunately, we are missing some more government colleagues here, and that's why, thanks to Turalman mother, we have some reactions. And about the data, actually, whatever we are talking within these 2 days, everything is actually turning around the data. So the technologies, how to forward data, how to receive data, as well as the network infrastructures was mentioned within these 2 days, as well as information flows and policy, privacy, cybersecurity issues was mentioned. I think it was very interesting session yesterday. And in Azerbaijan, we are having a data processing center, which currently it is in a frame of, let's say, Ministry of Communications and High Technologies, but their calculation of the data, it's mainly concentrating on the networks, telephone calls, but of course we are having a committee of the statistics, which they are having some more data, and but unfortunately we are missing them today here. Let's switch to the next presentation of Mr. Arif Mailov from Data Processing Center, Ministry of Communications and High Technologies. Let's see how we are processing within a frame of Ministry of Communications and High Technologies. Please, Arif Mailov.
Thank you very much for your kind invitation to this event. I'm very pleased to participate here to discuss topics widely functioning in our country. My name is Arif Mailov. It's seen from this slide. I'm head of Certificate Service Center, and mostly I will speak here about experience gained from PKI system operating at Data Processing Center of the Ministry of Communications and High Technologies. A little bit of history. In December of '99, directive of European Parliament and Council on a community framework for electronic signature. The main statement of this directive was that electronic signature must have the same legal value as handwritten signature. Then electronic signature must be accepted on the court, and finally all governments in Europe must use electronic signature in accordance with their laws. Commission, next in July 2003, Commission decision adopting 3 CN and ATSI agreements accepted as technical standards. After that, in year 2004, there was signed by our president the law of Azerbaijan Republic about electronic signature and electronic document. In year 2006, the Cabinet of Ministers has issued regulatory and legal acts regarding application of electronic signature, electronic document law. Between year 2007-2008, our center performed studied experiences of different countries in the world. In year 2000, in September of 2011, there was installation and commissioning of PKI system at Data Processing Center by Ultra and Microsoft company. A representative of Microsoft company is here, and he can confirm, of course. The extensive use started since 2012 and continues now. Data Processing Center is the e-government operator of e-government portal, and electronic signature cards. Everybody using extensively for these purposes to have services on the government portal. The main requirements to PKI were prepared according concept developed by our center. First of all, public key infrastructure must comply with international standards and national legislations. High security and redundancy of the system must be ensured. Also, it was very important point that trust model of certificate authority CA should be managed easily. For these purposes, after long studies, we finally stand on a point that the best PKI system is Microsoft PKI. And hierarchical model was used because it is easy to manage them in comparison with cross-certified centers. In this diagram you see national public infrastructure model. We have two centers on the national route. National Route CA also stand in our center. The first is e-government certificate center, provides digital certificates to citizens and businesses. And the second one is governmental certificate center, providing certificates to civil servants. The statistics, I present here on slide, it's the last statistics, real, showing the number of issued electronic signature cards. Each card contains two certificates, one for authentication, one for digital signature.
Sorry for cutting. Actually, here we are, I'm sure, all members of this panel, we are waiting for fresh data, and I'm sure you will have some slides with the fresh data, and it will be more interesting.
They will mostly relate with our center. So certificate
it's
services
okay. So you are a member of the mainly data processing center, and equipment and all the racks. Technologies, structures, these are, it's good, but mainly we are discussing here data, and I'm personally very interested to have fresh data from you. Please,
actually,
switch to fresh data slides.
This statistical reports on usage of electronic signature card. On the upper diagram you see the number of issued cards as function of
actually, sorry again interrupting, I will not let you to make your presentation unfortunately, but we are here mainly interested for the number of services which provided through these cards.
Actually, at the beginning, I understood. They said me to make presentation about not say networking and.
So you don't have any other data?
Yes. I just related with the digital signature.
Okay.
And
do you have any information just without the slides you can share with us? About data, which fresh data, how many services you provided? Actually,
for electronic government,
as I know, in the country currently you have one competitor, right? Which it is Hasan Imza, I think, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I would say.
There is another one, Central Bank of National Bank of Azerbaijan.
Okay,
they also
Apus one.
accreditation.
Okay. Yes. Yeah, Apus one. So we have three competitors. So Central Data Processing Center, Hasan Imza, and Apus one, right? And what's the market share of these according to the number of services, not just the number of cards, for example. I could have just one card or one just SIM card, but I could use it for a lot of services. Am I right? I don't know if my colleagues will support me on that. And for example, do you have any number with each card? You can give a lot of cards, but what's the number of penetration let's say, of your cards within the electronic services?
Yeah, okay. Our cards mostly using, almost all ministries and committees in Azerbaijan using our cards. The number
For what?
to have electronic services via electronic government portal. That's first application point. Then banks used to issue private to give reports to their clients. Then made about 10,000 organizations using our cards to again to transfer money in the country. So I can say this is like an online banking system. And
okay. And what about the dashboards and dynamic reports, which we should have? For example, if I will open ADA University Information Systems, for example,
yes.
And also if I will show here to you, which actually is confidential, but I can share the public ones. All the data which circulated within the information systems within ADA, and with predictive analytic tools, so business intelligence tools, I can say here, for example, at ADA we have this services for how many documents are circulated through purchasing, how many documents are circulated through finance, accounting, what's the student's data, actually all the visualization for each student. And for example, student A is going to up, another one is going down, what is the trend of the university, number of students. We have TGDK, which actually admission committee, national admission committee, which we call it balls, yeah? Which balls of the TGDK we are receiving students, and how they are, let's say, driving through the ADA, and after that, as well as we are visualizing each student after when they became actually alumni. So are they working after ADA University? Where are they working? Per industry, I don't know, everything. And I would to see on your slides, actually it was the main target for inviting you here, to see this kind of visualizations or just reports or dashboards.
Actually, we do not see during signing, using of this electronic signature card, we do not see what the person is doing, but we can see the number of used signatures. So this slide shows the transaction, showing how often the governmental organization or physical or legal persons are using our cards. This is again number of transactions. Transaction means somebody signed somebody. Duties of security, we don't know what he signed, but the transaction says us that he signed. That's a statistic showing how in our country, say mostly, as you see, 6,200,000 about transactions were made using our electronic signature cards, which means, so take into account, please, that we are functioning since 2012, say, exactly.
Great.
So, of course, the number of physical persons is less, citizens, and legal persons.
It's not less, it's about 2 million.
2 million, yeah, but less in comparison with governmental organization. But we hope that in near future, in year 2017, starting from 1st January, AID card will be issued in Azerbaijan, and we will provide them, our center will provide them to all population in Azerbaijan.
And also, what is this number? For what time you have collected this?
This, as
From
shown,
beginning?
this from year
Beginning?
2012 till
From beginning?
beginning, yeah, from the
Okay.
beginning.
Yes,
So
thank you
just
so
for
much.
4 years, for 3 years.
3 years.
3 years.
Okay.
Yeah, about.
Thank you so much. And
Thank
it
you very
was actually last slide. You didn't switch to the last one because no, this. Yeah. Okay. Do you have any comments, please?
Thank you. I'm Ramil Mahmudov from the Central Bank of Azerbaijan. Actually, I want to add some few information just for the first time actually in Azerbaijan, as a government entity, we start to use this signature in 2001 in our RTJ system. It was like corporate this signature system, and which we use the mainly for the payment transaction between the banks. But in my understanding, we work very hard with the different government entity to issue our certificate center, to set up our certificate center, and now we use this certificate in the payment systems. And in the next this last session, I will give some brief information about this. And my question is that now, as I know, in the European Union, they have the one EU directive, which is the one focused on the European e-signature, which means that if in one citizen or government entity or the legal entity, one certificate enough to do any kind of transaction in whole Europe. And as I know, our certification center also they use some ISO standards. And my question is that what are you going to do in the next future just to build up a link between the two signature center, because it's not my personal opinion, it's the big issue in our market also, that if I issued my local bond, our local e-signature, is it acceptable in the whole Europe, in the whole world, or just accepted in Azerbaijan? What do you think for next future in this case? Thank you.
If you issued your signature card, am I right? Then you're asking whether this card is accepted in different countries or what?
I mean because the Minister of Communication and the root center is your entity, and there are several entities like ASAN, Central Bank, etc. And
yes.
The next future maybe it will be more than different any kind of organization. I mean that by the law, if I'm a legal person or the physical person, if I have one signature, it must be enough for all kind of transaction. Am I right? Because it's like replacement of my hand signature, and I can use it in any kind of services.
Then we must look on our law legislation, because there is field in the certificate showing the usage field. So certificate has usage field, and the certificate center issued this certificate shows definitely where you can use your certificate. If certificate issued by approved accredited center according to the law in our country, you can use certificate only received from accredited center. Then it's okay. If no, then your signature.
Yeah, actually, we are talking about interoperability.
Yeah, it's just
for
how
national.
For international transaction, for example.
International transactional, again, there is law showing that to accept between two countries, to interchange electronic signature cards, there must be a signed agreement between two countries.
But my question is that, and if next future, because
if there is no agreement, of
in
course.
this European Union, for example, are you going to do something to?
Actually, we are going to in this direction.
Because as I know, with Estonia, they plan
they have
to do
single card.
Yeah,
Yes.
they plan to do. Our government plan to do bilateral agreement between two countries, but it's not enough.
Okay, if we will have EAD cards for all citizens, then we can make one step more forward according to your question.
Yeah, we
It
have
will
very
be
limited
easy.
time. Yeah, thank you for your question and for your response. We have very limited time. Please, your questions or comments or...
Fine.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would like to echo you, and support your guide, to the presentations, and as well the participants, to come back to the nature of the session. This nature session is the government are using ICT to create a new society. So, whatever I heard, that I have just only first question. What is the definition of new society? What exactly you wanted to focus on? And also so that honorable the members of the panel. Because so that this case, I believe it's a fundamental question that we have to start with. What is this, the new society that you mentioned? Is what information society? What is the definition? What exactly, that you would like to consider and what you would like to build upon? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. And actually, we have currently on such a level for Azerbaijan which we are taking off. And on the takeoff, we have first of all to build the infrastructure, as you know, better than me. Which after that we have built the services on that to arrive to such a level which with that we have increased number of services. And currently, thanks to central banks' comments on that, as you see, we are having some small technical issues. And these technical issues should be regulated. And unfortunately, these are not so regulated yet. And we need to regulate these issues first, and after that to come to, let's say, the comfort level. And of course, just dreaming is good, but dreaming, you have to dream whatever which you can realize it. And currently we are dreaming, but trying somehow to realize the first things which should be happening before the comfort level. Thank you, and I'm forwarding your question to my colleagues, please.
Yes, what is new society? I think this is also being fiercely debated within the social and human sciences. Usually, if you look at the main scholars of this discussion, one of them is Emmanuel Castells, who is talking about also networking society, which is a term which is being quite debated. But if we can go into concrete levels, what this new society means is a question. I would say it depends on how we interpret it and how we look at it. We can go from the viewpoint of technologies. So is internet new technology? Then this technology is shaping how we behave, how we communicate. Okay, then we go close to the new society. But still, some things are remaining the same. So it depends. It's also, I would say, a kind of academic issue, philosophical issue, cultural issue. And I was also, when I was seeing this agenda, I was also asking myself, what should we talk about it? And I see here a new society in relation to the governments, and I think that the governments are one of the stakeholders which are important in this development, but also please do not forget other stakeholders that we were also talking today, which are also bringing added value to this.
When I see the agenda of this session, I also questioned what is the real theme, what we think about them. So in the line of the forum objective and ICT, the discussion forum, I have interpreted the new society as a deepened knowledge-based society. As a current status of Azerbaijan, good infrastructure, well-developed human resource development, So now is the time for the knowledge creation, utilizing this asset which is built up in past years. So for me, the new society, ICT and innovation is to be used for create sustainable society, inclusive society, and also to transform this asset of ICT and human resources to the wealth creation and also for the diversification of the economy. That's what I have interpreted in this creation of the new society under the theme of this conference.
Thank you. Please.
For me, it was rather short because for me, new society is the connected people, and the internet-dependent people are the new society of our world, and they are not gonna be governed with the traditional ways, and this new society needs to be governed with the new ways, such as the technological side and the speed of the information and everything affects the behavior of this society. So the new society is the society who are online always.
Thank you. And please, Adnan, you don't have. Okay. Actually, it was great. Why you didn't ask this question in the beginning? Yeah, we are now actually ending our panel, and next panel will be after coffee break. And now we are going to coffee break. Thank you so much, and see you soon. So we will have touched such kind of issues a lot. See you soon at ADA. Thank you so much.
Third Regional Internet Governance Forum on creating regional development environment of ICT innovations. We are very lucky that these kind of topics are always in the attention of School of IT and Engineering here at ADA, and it benefits not simply the academia and people in this particular business, but our students as well. They benefit a lot from this kind of discussions. This is a very forward-looking field, of course, and this is a good platform for us to focus on the issues and to provide them with as much information as we can to use as a kind of a brain food for their creativity and their academic work in the future. So in the morning, the forum's panel looked into how governments are using ICT to create new societies, how the governments and the countries are taking control of, or at least attempting to take control of new technologies. At this panel, we are going to discuss matters of social media and sharing economy, and this would look at the technologies from a polar perspective, where we're going to explore how the media, how arising technologies affected us in return, affected our lifestyle, affected how we perceive the world, local and global affairs. We have a very interesting panel today. Most of my colleagues here who I have had a privilege to know or to work with, they're experts in their field. Just to kickstart us into the subject, how social media changed media. I guess this is one topic that will never have a full stop at the end of the statements, because it is so much evolving, it is changing every day. I myself do media communications trainings as part of ADA executive education programs here, and every time we have to do our research over and over again because there is something new to talk about. But in a nutshell, if we can do a very simple analysis parallel with a very not so distant future past, media and communications are not used for just informational purposes anymore. If you think about how you got to know about the events a few decades back, this would probably be a paper waiting for you in the morning on the table, or your favorite news program at a particular time. Today, it's 24/7. It is happening. It is very real. And media is used not just for information, but for educational purposes, for entertainment purposes. And I think at the core of the issue stands the truth, how it is so much more exposed thanks to social media transforming media into a digital media today. Truth is exposed. We know more about what's happening in different parts of the world, and we know the authentic events. We don't have time to carve the messages and to present it to public. Since it is real-time news, we see them as they are happening in the spot. Diversity in the spotlight, another issue. We realize how different we are thanks to the changing face of media. We realize that we're not all the same. We realize that there are so many perspectives to global issues that we discuss, and we get inspired by each other. We create more under the influence of what we are exposed on a wider basis. And I think the power given to individuals this day, thanks to social media, anyone can contribute to what's going on in the world. I mean, examples are more than enough. One person that can start, a trend, one person that can influence affairs, not just on local but global level, because they are armed with the power to reach anyone in the world. Anybody can contribute, and they can reach anyone in the world. In terms of economy, in terms of business, I think we would all agree that it has opened a completely new niche for business, social media and sharing economy. We are not limited anymore by geography, by only targeted audience. We are open to the entire world. So let's see how it influences our daily lives and how we can take it to another level. My view has always been practical. I think that media and technologies are developing so fast these days that sometimes we're kind of playing catching up with what's going on. But if we look into these issues more attentively, maybe we can figure out how we can carve the processes to address our own practical needs. So I'm going to start with Rusale Hanım, Rusale Mahir Kızı, a distinguished journalist and my very good colleague. She's the president of APA Holding, MMC. She majored in philology from Baku State University in 2000, and she has her master's in folk studies from the same university. She's been in media business since the first year of her bachelor studies 20 years ago, working in newspapers like Hürriyet, Bugün, Mekan, and rising from the position of reporter to the chief editor, which equips her with all the knowledge in this field that she can share with us, expertise. In 2004, she founded Azar Press Wire Service, News Wire Service, which is also an entrepreneurial success in this country, as it has grown from just a media agency to the entire holding that includes separate media agencies reporting on sport and economic issues, as well as on online TV channel. Rusale Hanım was awarded by the President of Azerbaijan the honorable title of Emektar Journalist for her contributions to media in the country. She's participated in quite a few international media trainings and has been outspoken as an expert on media issues in Azerbaijan and the region. So please, Rusale Hanım, the floor is yours.
Mən təşəkkür edirəm bu konferans üçün və dəvət üçün. Əlbəttə, sosial media dünyanın hər yerində bugün əsas trenddir və ümumiyyətlə bugün elə bir, belə deyək, media elə bir səviyyəyə gəlib çıxıb ki, media üçün əsas məsələ internet media, media anlayışı deyiləndə, yada düşəndə, baxmayaraq ki, elektron media, televiziyalar çox populyardılar, hələ də öz populyarlıqlarını qoruyub saxlayırlar. Yalnız internet media artıq trend kimi media ifadəsini daha çox özündə əks elətdirir. İnsanlar media deyəndə internet medianı daha yaxın hiss edirlər özlərinə. Çünki burada bir ciddi bir psixoloji məqam da var. İnternet media hər bir insanın özünün iştirak edə bildiyi media sahəsidir. Sizin televiziya və yaxud da print mediada görünməyiniz üçün mütləq bir jurnalistə ehtiyacınız var, bir vasitəçiyə ehtiyacınız var. İnternet mediada isə artıq sosial şəbəkələr vasitəsilə hər biriniz jurnalist ola bilirsiniz, hər biriniz hətta ekspert ola bilirsiniz. Buna görə də internet media insanların həyatının bir addım da ondadır. Eyni zamanda müasir texnologiyalar, belə deyək, mobil telefonlar, planşetlər və s. bizə imkan verir ki, internet media hər an yanımızda olsun. Digər media növlərindən fərqli olaraq internet mediaya bu baxımdan da çatmaq çox asandır. Və həm də vaxtı, müasir insan üçün vaxt çox önəmlidir. O, eyni zamanda eyni bir işlə məşğul olduğu vaxtda başqa bir işlə də paralel olaraq məşğul olmaq istəyir. İnternet media bizə bu imkanı verir ki, biz həyatımızın digər fəaliyyətlərindən ayrılmadan mütəmadi olaraq xəbər ala bilək. Amma digər media növlərində siz mütləq onlar üçün ayrıca zaman ayırmalısınız. Bütün bunlar ona səbəb olub ki, Azərbaycanda da yavaş-yavaş insanlar print mediadan böyük əksəriyyətlə uzaqlaşıblar və elektron mediaya da, yəni televiziyalara da yüksək, daha doğrusu deyək ki, elektron mediaya baxılmadığını demək istəmirəm, amma elektron insanlar iki monitordan birini seçirlər və hal-hazırda Azərbaycanda daha çox tendensiya ona doğru gedir ki, insanların seçdiyi monitor kompüter monitorudur. Yəni, internetdən xəbərləri almağa daha çox üstünlük verirlər. Eyni zamanda burada bir məsələ də var. Bizdə hazırda internet media daha çox etibar, inam qazanmış və operativ media növü kimi insanları cəlb edir. Və bu baxımdan əlbəttə bütün bu girişi ona görə verirəm ki, insanlar üçün hansı media, yəni kütlə üçün hansı media növü cəlb edicidirsə, biznesində həmin medianın üzərindən qurulması normaldır. Daha kreativi olanı budur. Hazırda Azərbaycanda ümumi mən mənzərəni çizmək istəyirəm. Hazırda Azərbaycanda internet medianın biznes, özünün bir biznes kimi fəaliyyətini əvvəl demək istəyirəm. Özü bir biznes sahəsinə çevrilə bilir. Yəqin ki, bizim gerçəkdən də media arasında elektron mediadan sonra, yəni Azərbaycanda print media biznes vasitəsi deyil, uzun illərdir biznes vasitəsi deyil və hətta bunu dövlət də təsdiqləyib, kütləvi informasiya vasitələrinə dövlət dəstəyi fondu yaradılıb və həmin fonddan aldığı dəstəklə yaşayır print media. Reklamlar çox az səviyyəsindədir, hətta yox səviyyəsindədir, amma internet medianın bu sahədə elektron media ilə televiziyalarla bir yarışı başlayıb. Həmin yarışda, rəqabətdə internet media hələ ki üstün vəziyyətdə deyil. Mən burada yalnız Facebook sosial şəbəkəsini kənara qoyuram, çünki onun Azərbaycan internet media məkanının qazandığı pullara bir dəxli yoxdur. Yəni sosial şəbəkələrdə reklam var, sosial şəbəkələrdə reklamçılıq var, amma bu da televiziyalar səviyyəsində deyil. Bizdə daxildə internet mediada, belə deyək ki, internet medianın reklamları, ümumi mediaya gələn reklamların hazırki dövrdə %10-15%-ni təşkil edir. Çox aşağı bir rəqəmdir, amma ümumiyyətlə ölkədə, yəni reklam bazarına, mediaya ayrılan vəsait çox aşağıdır. Amma internet media ayrı-ayrı strukturları var ki, onlar özləri sırf reklamları hesabına yaşaya bilirlər. Və artıq Azərbaycanda internet media biznes adamları üçün cəlb edicidir. Çünki insanlar oradan dediyim kimi istifadə edirlər, inanırlar və istənilən sahibkar da, biznesmen də istəyər ki, onun məhsulu, təqdim elədiyi məhsul inanılmış, güvənilmiş bir yerdə reklam olunsun. Bu ümumi mənzərəni dedim ki, mənzərə bizdə bu cürdür. O ki, qaldı sosial mediadan biznes layihələrində necə istifadə olunur. Hazırda Azərbaycan üçün əsas prioritet Facebook sosial şəbəkəsidir. Müəyyən qədər Google reklamları da əlbəttə rol oynayır. Bizdə Google reklamları vasitəsilə müəyyən məhsulların reklamını biz görürük, amma əsasən Facebook sosial şəbəkəsidir və Twitter o qədər də ölkə içində populyar deyil. VKontakte və Odnoklassnik sonuncu yerlərdədir. YouTube'dan da, YouTube şəbəkəsindən də müəyyən qədər istifadə var, amma bu çox az və deyək ki, daha gənc sahibkarların istifadə edildikləri bir sahədir. Ümumilikdə daha çox Facebook üzərindən görülür bu işlər. Facebookda iki istiqamətdə müşahidə olunur biznes yatırımları Facebookun üzərindən. Bir brendingin edilməsi üçün, yeni bir brendin tanıdılması üçün Azərbaycanda bu sahədən daha çox istifadə edir yeni yaranmış media qurumları və daha çox bu istiqamətdə, yenə də deyim, gənc sahibkarların yaratdığı, xüsusilə informasiya texnologiyaları sahəsində olan müəyyən brendlər özlərinin təqdimatı və tanınması üçün Facebook sosial şəbəkəsindən və Google'da da reklamlar verirlər və bu istiqamətdə işləyirlər. İkinci isə daha çox yenə də internet biznesin inkişafı üçün, düzdür, hazırda Azərbaycanda bu tamamilə başqa mövzudur, amma indiki halda Azərbaycanda internet üzərindən onlayn biznesin qurulması üçün müəyyən şərtlər yoxdur, ona görə də bizdə həmin sahənin inkişafı geniş deyil. Amma müəyyən şirkətlər var ki, onlar kiçik, belə deyək, çox kiçik səhifələr vasitəsilə özlərinin Facebook'da verdiyi reklamlar vasitəsilə kiçik alış-verişlər qura bilirlər. Amma bu bizdə xüsusi olaraq, məsələn, qonşu Türkiyəyə qədər ən azı populyar deyil. Çünki dediyim kimi onun şərtləri vergi və sair rəsmi strukturlarla olan şərtləri uyğun olmadığına görə onlayn alış-verişin Azərbaycanda qurulması hazırki halda o qədər də optimal görünmür. Facebook sosial şəbəkə üzərindən PR-ın qurulması isə çox təəssüf ki, aşağı səviyyədədir. Hazırki vəziyyətdə bizdə sosial şəbəkələrdə ümumiyyətlə PR strukturlarının işləməsini, əgər söhbət ayrı-ayrı rəsmi qurumların, hətta ayrı-ayrı təhsil müəssisələrdə ola bilər, ayrı-ayrı biznes strukturlarda ola bilər, özlərinin səhifələrini yaratmaları və o səhifə vasitəsi ilə müəyyən reklamların verilməsindən və yaxud da xəbərlərinin paylaşılmasından gedirsə, mən bunu qəti şəkildə PR strategiyası adlandırmıram. Hazırki dövrdə, bilmirəm, sizin konferans icazə verirmi reklama, amma hansı formada, amma mən yalnız Azərsel şirkətinin Facebook, sosial şəbəkə üzərindən bir PR strategiyası qurduğunu görürəm. Çünki orada ayrı-ayrı hədəflər qoyulur, ayrı-ayrı strategiya qurulur, ayrı-ayrı hədəf kütlələr üçün ayrı-ayrı bir proqramlar tərtib olunur, bu görünür. Mən bunu izləyirəm sosial şəbəkə üzərindən, yalnız Facebook sosial şəbəkəsi üzərindən bu istiqamətdə onların iş gördüyünü görürəm. Amma digər şirkətlərin hələ bu istiqamətdə ciddi bir PR strategiyası qurduğunu görmürəm açığı. Ümumiyyətlə isə hesab elədiyim odur ki, yəni sosial şəbəkələr ciddi biznes layihələri üçün çox yaxşı bir yerdir. Yanılmıramsa hələ 3 il bundan öncə idi, bir Avstraliyadan olan bir gənc tələbə Facebook sosial şəbəkəsi üzərindən öz ölkəsinin turizm potensialını reklam eləmişdi və ölkəsinə bir il içində 5 milyon dollara qədər xeyir gətirmişdi. Yalnız bir tələbə Facebook üzərindən qurduğu ölkəsinin turizmi potensialı ilə bağlı qurduğu bir PR strategiyası, reklam strategiyası üzərindən bunu eləmişdi. Çox təəssüf ki, bugün bizdə hələ ki o qədər yəni belə deyək ki, böyük pulların sosial şəbəkələr üzərindən qazanılması, biznesin orada onlayn təmərküzləşməsi yoxdur, amma mən nikbin baxıram, çünki gənc sahibkarlar, xüsusilə gənclər bu istiqamətdə işləməyə, sosial mediadan istifadə eləməyə meyilli görünürlər. Burada çox önəmli bir məsələ də var. Bu da ondan ibarətdir ki, sosial şəbəkə ilə bizim insanlarımız artıq tanışdılar və böyük bir hissə ölkə əhalisinin təxminən 1 milyon yarıma qədəri sosial şəbəkələrdə aktiv iştirakçıdırlar. Bu rəqəm bizim rəsmi qurumlar tərəfindən səsləndirilir. Mən inanıram, doğrudan da bu aktivlik var. Ölkədə olan istənilən məsələyə sosial şəbəkələr vasitəsilə bir ictimai hərəkat yaranır, ictimai qınaq olur və bu da nəticələrə səbəb ola bilir. Bu onu göstərir ki, artıq o belə deyək, şəbəkə bir faktordur. Azərbaycan üçün sosial şəbəkələr bir faktordur. İctimai həyatda, siyasi həyatda və biznes həyatında da ciddi bir faktordur. Yavaş-yavaş artıq bizim insanlarımızın sosial şəbəkələrdə belə deyək, ixtisaslaşma ifadəsi bilmirəm nə qədər yerinə düşür, amma maraq dairələri bölünür artıq. İnsanlar konkret olaraq, əvvəlcə belə idi, yeni bir sistemlə tanışlıq var idi və hər kəs orada hər şeylə maraqlanırdı. Amma artıq Azərbaycan sosial şəbəkə istifadəçiləri də öz maraq dairələrini müəyyənləşdiriblər və buna görə də konkret sahələr üzrə olan yaradılmış səhifələrdə baxış saylarını artır. Artıq insanlar üçün ümumi hər şeydən bəhs edən səhifələr deyil, onların maraq dairəsinə aid olan səhifələr daimi izlədikləri sevimli səhifəyə çevrilir. Bu isə o deməkdir ki, gələcəkdə bu istiqamətdə, konkret istiqamətlərdə layihələr olsa, konkret istiqamətlərdə PR strategiyaları olsalar, onun ətrafına kontent toplamaq mümkün olacaqdır. Yəni, mən ümumiyyətlə Azərbaycanda internet medianın da onlayn biznesin onlayn inkişafının da və eyni zamanda sosial şəbəkələrdən də bu istiqamətdə belə deyək, istifadənin perspektivinə müsbət baxıram. Çünki Azərbaycanlılar yeni texnologiyadan istifadəni sevirlər. Diqqətiniz üçün təşəkkür edirəm.
Çok sağ olun Sara Hanım. Çok pozitif bir bitirdiniz çıkışınızı. Thank you very much. Completed her presentation on a very positive note that we're looking forward. Local population, Azerbaijanis, and I think generally public picked up this technologies and tries to use it in every field of their life. So the more we give to them, the more they would be susceptible. Our next speaker, Cristina Juan Carrion. Ms. Cristina Juan Carrion is a senior researcher at the Center for Economic and Social Development. Her educational background is in media and communications, EU studies and international cooperation. At the moment she's a PhD candidate in EU studies, and she developed her studies in Spain, Italy, US, Poland, Georgia and Netherlands. Cristina runs the NGO Libertas International, based in Spain, Netherlands, and Russia, and organizes study visits to UN institutions in Vienna, New York, and The Hague. And she has particular interest in cybersecurity, public information, e-commerce, and e-government. And I'm also happy to note that she's a former participant in the first EU summer school held at ADA University. So, Cristina, welcome back, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure for me to be in this forum. Actually, it's the second time, and I am ready for bringing you new news. And here at ADA, I feel at home because I have been here many times, and all your programs are very good, actually. So I'm going to speak today about social media and sharing economy. All of you know what is sharing economy, just you don't know that it's called like that, actually. What is sharing economy actually? So it's people's economy, person to person, based on access to rather than ownership. This means that it's more focused on sharing what you have rather than buying and having it as a property. It includes human social cooperation and different skills. And definitely, I have to say that it redefines the market because sharing economy gave the opportunity to people who don't have capital or don't have a company to be able to make some money. So definitely it's very important in times of crisis. So any person can build their own business, a small business, or if you are very well organized in big business. So what is unique about the sharing economy? It's more sustainable. Why? Because if I, for example, want to go to a hotel, let's say I'm traveling to Japan, to Tokyo. I can go to a hotel and I can go to a very expensive hotel, or I can use Airbnb. Are you familiar with this website, Airbnb? Some of you know about this? Can you raise your hand? Who is? Some of you are. So, for example, this is a website in which you can stay at people's houses, but the treatment is really cool. It's better than in a hotel because you can get to know the place, you can understand better the society, the culture. So it's very interesting, and it uses less resources. Because we are, for example, in the same house of other people or renting from them. It's about self-governance. What does it mean? That it's managed by us, by you. It's managed for all of us here and everyone. Everyone can become part of a sharing economy. It's decentralized and it leads to cost reduction because there is a change in the cost. And every person can invent a new way of payment, for example, and it gives an alternative for dynamic pricing. So who is involved in the process? So all of us, as I said before, provide the source services, consumers, traditional services providers, non-profit NGOs, and also companies. Actually, the people related to the technology sphere, like startups, investors, and lobbyists, and also scientists, and also corporations, governments. The government, I believe, is definitely involved in sharing economy. Why? Because the government is the one that should set up the rules of how to play this game of sharing economy. And definitely press and media. Maybe you are familiar with some of these companies. For example, the one in the third line, Etsy, lets people to sell whatever they can produce or they have in the market and get a profit from that. And also we have other very famous companies that are using sharing economy, like Uber or BlaBlaCar or Airbnb, as I mentioned before. And I'm sure in Azerbaijan you are very familiar with Uber because it's a new a company that was established here, if I don't mistake, this year, 2015, and it's leading in the world for sharing economy. I want to say that, as I said at the beginning, sharing economy is not a new concept, actually. Since 1995, we are able to share our products in eBay. So this concept was already existing, but we didn't study it before. I want to say about Airbnb measures. So, for example, in UK, the typical Airbnb host earns more than 2,000 British pounds, and for renting a room 33 nights. So this is very profitable. This means that any person actually can access to this business. And 80% of the travelers would be happy to rent someone else's holiday's house. I believe this tendency is more popular in Europe and USA. or in Canada or Australia. I don't know exactly how much people are using sharing economy platforms in Azerbaijan. I want to show here about, as I mentioned before, it's supporting sustainable development. Why? Because we are reducing the energy, the energy. For example, as you can see in the first column, you can the use of the percentage reduction in Airbnb compared to hotels is 63% less than it would be to go to a hotel, or 78% less if we are in Europe, actually. And same for greenhouse gas emissions and water. And let's go now to Uber, as I said before. So as you can see in this table, it's we can here see a comparison between the supply and the demand. So as you can see here, the Uber cars actually are more efficient in the service. Why? Because there is an application in which you can say where are you and where do you want to go, and it tells you exactly the time that you will spend in the trip, how much it costs, and you have to pay online. So I want to mention about Uber that it's very popular in Azerbaijan, but it's not popular in Spain. I mean, no one uses in Spain because it's not legal. Why? Because in the Spanish government banned Uber because the associations of taxi drivers and etc. didn't want Uber to enter in the market. Otherwise, it would create a collapse in the economy. Why? Because in Spain, you can pay with your credit card in the taxi, inside the taxi, but in Azerbaijan you cannot, as far as I experienced. Then this opportunity is very good for Azerbaijan. And I want to say also that sharing economy, I mean, it's really good, but it has some challenges. For example, illiteracy. We are using our smartphones. We have a high level of education, but not everyone can use all electronic devices. Therefore, it's not fully used in all the world. I want to say e-payment systems are not accessible for everyone. Not everyone has a banking card, and what concerns to me the most is about taxation, licensing, and insurance. Every country has a different approach to sharing economies, because, for example, if I want to sell something to Australia, who I have to pay tax here or in Australia. So there is a big debate because it's not a standard. As well as internet, we were speaking yesterday about cybersecurity and public information. It's very new, and it's very difficult to cooperate with other countries. And I want to say something about my research that I am finishing right now in Azerbaijan. So I started a project research called Electronization of Azerbaijan, Strategies for Development of E-commerce, E-trade, and E-government. And I did a survey to 1,000 e-users via application mobile called Manats. So in Azerbaijan, most of users live in the Absheron region, so this means that in other regions the use of internet and applications is much less. Therefore, sharing economy wouldn't be a good idea, or if I want to start a new business, I wouldn't consider as a target. Also, I found out that 38% of the people that were filling my surveys buy online sometimes, 27% frequently, and 8% never. There are people who never used internet for buying online, their banking cards, and I also found out like 40% use banking cards, and 33% use cash only and in person. They don't trust. There is a lot of distrust in Azerbaijan for using cards, especially in the regions. And I want to mention that also about my research, that it's people from the small business try to avoid the customers to pay by the banking cards in order to avoid payment of taxes. So, or because they don't know how it works. It's very, it can, for international people, maybe it can be difficult to understand, but it's true. But I want to say that actually Azerbaijan is very ready for internet. The index of readiness for internet use is very high. Actually, 108% of people can, there is a 108% of penetration of wireless. This means that you have wireless almost everywhere, even more than in Spain actually. There is Wi-Fi everywhere. And 30% of households subscribe to the wired broadband. And I want to speak about the e-payments. Actually, in this country, it's very easy to pay by using payment methods, but people don't know. Right now, as far as I did with my research, the Central Bank of Azerbaijan has a lot of projects for promoting e-literacy, especially in schools. And but actually, it's very available. There are many methods for paying. And another issue that I want to say is about delivery systems. The post system in Azerbaijan still is not very developed, so for sending products to the regions is not very trustable. That's why people prefer to buy in the shop maybe rather than online. And there is a lack of illiteracy, as I said before. And just to finish, I want to say that about selling your products via Facebook, as my colleague was saying before. Actually, it's really amazing how a person can sell something on via the social media. For example, I can say about myself, I have my own experience. I was selling bags that made from a foundation, actually, online, and using the Facebook tools, you can segment your target, and you can choose specifically who you want to sell. And I got many profits, and in Spain we don't have any problems to receive money from any country, so it was very useful. And that's it, and I want to say thank you so much for your time, and if you have questions, I am ready.
Thank you very much, Christina. Those were some excellent examples and the points that you touched. I think these emerging businesses have to kind of be compatible with the countries and cultures where they're being founded. For example, you mentioned Airbnb. It saved my budget a few times when I was traveling. Of course, it's a very convenient way of saving money while you travel. But at the core of it lies the hospitality, which I think resonates very closely with the Azerbaijani traditions. So this time you invite someone to your house to host them, to feed them, and you actually get paid for that. So it was a good idea. And the opportunity came this summer during Baku European Games, and I particularly went on Airbnb to see if there was anything being offered in Baku. And I mean, surprisingly, I was expecting many more people to capture this opportunity. But overall, there were probably a few dozen offerings at Airbnb for that particular period of time, and the average room was going between $60 and $70, which is a little bit but they were all taken because just out of interest, I was clicking trying to reserve it, and it was shown that it's already reserved. So there is a very good opportunity.
Yeah, I would like to add something to my presentation regarding e-payments. Actually, in Azerbaijan, to open your own sharing economy business, it's very easy if you do at national level. But maybe representatives of the central bank will explain me better about why, for example, if I want to be paid online from people from abroad, why I cannot? This is, I believe, making like stopping the development, the economic development of the country in many ways. So this is a big question for me because I believe Azerbaijan has a lot of potential, and this country can diversify the economy from the oil and have many more opportunities.
But I think lack of e-literacy is also a very big challenge. I'll use a very, very simple example. I have a friend who knits very well, and her friend helped her to open a single Facebook page that would kind of advertise her services. There is nothing, no transaction happening online. It simply finds the targeted audience, the customer, and puts it directly in touch with the producer. And she has been able, like you mentioned, to find the customers, knit and sell through that Facebook page many more products. Before these Facebook and YouTube became popular in Baku, there was this group of American volunteers who worked in Azerbaijan for Peace Corps. They established a webpage called CBT, Community-Based Tourism, which literally was the beginning of Airbnb in Azerbaijan, as they were all posted in different regions. The places, the houses where they stayed, they founded a website where they were citing those houses and offering trips to the regions for a very, very low price. And a nightly stay there at that particular person's house with the food, like you mentioned, the experience, the touristic experience would be more authentic because you would be staying in the house of someone who's local, who could show you around, who could tell you about the traditions of that place, and it would run into a very small bill. They were offering services of coming and even picking you up from Baku. So now with platforms like Airbnb, and we're not saying that we only have to use Airbnb. In Azerbaijan, people can start their own thing, but at the very core of it would be simply putting the services and finding the right target audience for it. If there is mistrust to the banking system and financial transaction, for very objective reasons, you mentioned that not a lot of people own banking cards, they'd rather do cash payments, etc. But at least halfway of the business, putting producer and the customer together, could be done with the help of technology. So those were some very good examples. Thank you very much. We are moving to our next speaker, Ms. Elada Mustafaeva, who's a PR manager and lecturer of online journalism and new media, including, of course, social media at Baku State University. She's an editor-in-chief of an IT blog, technimo.com. I hope I didn't mispronounce it. And her background was also the head of media relations department for Azerbaijan Press Council. She's going to share with us some of her thoughts on how social media changed the face of news as we know it today.
Teşekkür ederim Şəfəq xanım. Mən təqdimatımı Azərbaycan dilində edəcəm. Teşekkür ederim mən panel yoldaşlarıma ki, Süheylə xanım da çıxışında bildirdi. Daha çox iqtisadi tərəflərə fokuslandılar, iqtisadi tərəflərdən danışdı. Azərbaycanda bu mövzuda olan statistik göstəricilərlə mən ilk növbədə başlamaq istərdim. Rəqəmlər biraz sıxıcı olur, onun fərqindəyəm. Fonunda özüm də şərhlərimi eləməyə çalışacağım. Ölkədə 100 nəfərə düşən internet istifadəçilərinin sayı 75, geniş dolaqlı internet istifadəçilərinin sayı 65, kompüter istifadəçilərinin sayı isə 67,8-ə bərabərdir. Yəni bu ən son statistik məlumatlardır. Yəni 100 nəfərdən 75 nəfər Azərbaycanda internet istifadəçisi hesab olunur. İnternet və geniş dolaqlı internet istifadəçilərinin sayına görə Azərbaycan dünya orta göstəricisini təqribən 2 dəfə qabaqlayır. Qeyd edeyim ki, bu rəqəmlər rəsmi açıqlanmış məlumatlar əsasındadır. Lakin müxtəlif resurslardan, məsələn, Internet World Start adlı bir platforma var, hansı ki biz oradan Azərbaycandakı internet istifadəçilərinin dəqiq sayını və faizini oradan aktiv internet istifadəçilərinin sayını götürmək olur. Azərbaycan əhalisinin təqribən 61% təşkil edir 2015-ci ilə olan son məlumatlara əsasən. Rəqəmlərlə göstərilir faiz nisbəti 2008-ci ildən 2015-ci ilə qədər belə deyək də internet istifadəçilərinin sayında aktivlik. Auditoriya nisbətinə gəldikdə isə kişilər, qadınlar gender məsələsinə görə 46,5% qadınların, 53,5% isə kişi internet istifadəçilərinin payına düşür. Yaş ortalamasında 12-19 yaş arasında internet istifadəçilərinin sayı 22,9, 20-29 yaş arasında olan internet istifadəçilərinin sayı 34,7, 30-39 yaş arasında olan internet istifadəçilərinin sayı isə 17,7% təşkil edir. Digər yaş qrupları isə artıq faiz nisbətinə görə azalır. Mövzumuz həm də sosial medianın internetdə sosial medianın belə deyək də iqtisadi tərəflərinə yönəldiyindən qeyd edim ki, 18-35 yaş arasındakı segment Azərbaycanda hansı ki 53% təşkil edir. Bu ən böyük segment hesab olunur. İstər yerli biznes üçün, istər lokal kanallar üçün bu yaş qrupu Azərbaycanda ən aktiv və davamlı mütəmadi olaraq internetdən istifadə edən istifadəçilər sayılır. Qarşınızdakı o statistik göstəricilərdə, qrafikdə göstərilib nisbətlər, faiz nisbətləri yaş göstəricilərinə görə. Detallarla onları şərhləmək istəməzdim. Amma qeyd etdiyim kimi, bayaqları Müsalə xanım dedi, maraq dairələrinə görə növbəti slaydda o haqda danışacağım, amma 18-35 yaş arasındakı istifadəçilər Facebook'dan sonra ən aktiv olduqları Azərbaycanda təbii ki, belə deyək də, innovativ və iqtisadi layihələr üzrə həm də Instagram sayılır artıq. Yəni, Facebook'dan paralel şəkildə Instagramda götürülür. Auditoriyanın tərkibi. Azərbaycanda belə deyək də, aktiv auditoriya hesab olunur ofis işçiləri, hansı ki 23%-ni təşkil eləyir. Daha sonra tələbələr və IT mütəxəssislər gəlir, hansı ki onlar da gün ərzində 1,5-2 saat ən azından internetdən istifadə edirlər. Bu göstərici Azərbaycanda gündəlik ən az internetdən istifadə vaxtıdır, müddətidir. Bayaq dediyimiz kimi 53%-ni kişilər, 47%-ni xanımlar təşkil eləyir. Təhsil belə deyək də, səviyyəsinə görə də internetdə, Azərbaycanda internet istifadəçilərinin sayı 43% ali təhsil və yaxud da ki, elmi işçilər əhatə eləyir. Bu da təbii ki, yəqin ki, müxtəlif elmi araşdırmalarla və yaxud da ki, elmi fəaliyyətlərində internetdən istifadənin onlara yaratdığı imkanlardan irəli gəlir. Və əsas mövzulardan biri. Azərbaycanda artıq getdikcə, nəinki Azərbaycan internet, Aznet üçün bu keçərlidir, o cümlədən dünya üçün keçərlidir. Kontent artıq multimedia faylları içərisində video kontent önə çıxmaqdadır. Yəni, insanlar artıq əvvəl belə deyirdikdə, jurnalistika prinsiplərinə əsasən uzun xəbərlərdənsə onlayn mediada qısa xəbərlər daha çox oxunaqlıdır və yaxud da ki, lead və başlıqlara xüsusən önəm verilməlidir. Amma artıq insanlar hətta qısa xəbərlər də oxunurlar. Onlar videoya yönəlik xəbərləri, qısa videoroliklər və yaxud da ki, 1-2 dəqiqə ərzində hadisədən xəbər tutacaqları sujetlərə yönəlirlər. Elə qeyd edeyim ki, paneldə ilə iştirak eləmişkən, bizdə ən çox oxunan saytlarla yanaşı, indi onlayn televiziyası da mövcuddur, APA TV ən çox baxılan onlayn televiziyalar arasındadır. Bunu təbii ki, mən demirəm, statistik göstəricilərə əsaslanıb deyirəm. Və video kontentdən çox insanlar daha sonra video kontentə birinci sırada gəlir. Daha çox axtarış serverlərindən istifadə edir insanlar. 40% əgər video kontent üçün internetə daxil olurdusa, 35,2% insan müxtəlif axtarış platformalarından istifadə üçün internetə daxil olurlar. Xəbər, idman, hava proqnozu, yəni gündəlik yenilənən məlumatlar üçün 31% insan Azərbaycanda internetdən və sosial şəbəkələrdən istifadə edir. Sosial şəbəkələrin səhifələrini ziyarət edir, forumları, bloqları oxuyurlar. Bu da 31% təşkil edir internet istifadəçilərinin. Web saytlara baxanlar 8%, məktub, e-mail göndərənlər və yaxud da ki, informasiya mübadiləsi edənlər 21%-ni təşkil edir. Elan səhifələrini ziyarət edilənlər 20%, internet vasitəsilə alış-veriş həyata keçirənlər 20%. Amma burada diqqət olması məqam nədir? Baxmayaraq ki, sıralamada internet vasitəsilə alış-veriş həyata keçirən insanların belə deyək də faiz nisbəti digərlərlə müqayisədə azdır, 20% göstərir. Lakin bu xətt son 2 il ərzində ən çox böyük dinamika ilə artan belə deyək də xətt üzrə inkişaf edir. Təbii ki, burada bəzi faktorlar var ki, bu bazarın məsələn hansı ki hegemon olduğu ölkələr var ki, onlarda bu bazar artıq formalaşıb və intensivdir. Onlarla müqayisədə təbii ki, Azərbaycanın o nəticələri əldə eləməsi həm əhalinin sayına görə, həm də internet istifadəçilərinin sayına görə bir o qədər də real görünmür. Amma ki, öz kriteriyalarına, regional kriteriyalara görə bu sahə Azərbaycanda olduqca geniş vüsət alır. Sosial şəbəkələr arasında da bayaq dediyim kimi Facebook və Instagramda onlayn alış-verişə yönəlik səhifələr və platformalar getdikcə çoxalmaqdadır. Kişilər və qadınlar arasında belə deyək də, maraqların paylanması bu mövzu, belə deyək də, Azərbaycan internet məkanında genderdən söhbət düşəndə çox maraq doğuran məsələlərdən birinə gedib çıxır. Məsələn, bəylər niyə internetdən istifadə edirlər, xanımlar niyə istifadə edirlər. Ortaq maraqlar onlarda toqquşur veb-saytlarda və e-maillər vasitəsilə mübadilədə, hansılarda ki, burada faiz nisbətləri o qədər də çox deyil. Yəni, hər iki cinsi nümayəndəsi bunun üçün internetə daxil olur. Lakin sosial şəbəkələr, forumlar, onlayn alış-veriş və video baxış mövzularında belə deyək də maraqlar artıq ayrılmağa başlayır. Səbəb isə odur ki, burada lokal faktorlar özünü göstərir. Sosial şəbəkələrdə bizdə xanımların istifadəsində daha çox belə deyək də mühafizəkar faktorlar özünü göstərir, nəinki bəylərdə. Forumlarda isə fikirlərini bildirmək, sosial şəbəkələr artıq geniş istifadə yarandıqdan sonra forumlardan istifadə bir qədər zəifləyib. Burada belə deyək də, xanımlar tərəfindən istifadəsində zəifləyib. Lakin bəylər forumlarda, hansısa bir, belə deyək də, komment oluna biləcək xəbər saytlarında öz fikirlərini bildirmək üçün, belə deyək, tənbəllik eləmirlər. Onlar sevirlər öz fikirlərini həmin platformalarda bildirməyi. Onlayn alış-verişdə xanımlar ön plana çıxır, çünki o kişilər ön plana çıxır. Bu biraz maraqlı faktordur, çünki bizim tədbirlərin birində, məsələn, regional olan tədbirlərin birində belə bir olmuşdu ki, adətən xanımlar belə deyək də alış-verişə maraq göstərilir, amma Azərbaycanda bəylərin aktivliyi hiss olunur bu istiqamətdə. Bu da nədən irəli gəlir? Son dövrlər startup layihələri, innovativ, belə deyək də, biznes layihələri, bunların müəllifləri daha çox kişilərdir, yəni uğurlu layihələrin. Özüm xanım olsam da bu etiraf eləməliyik. Ona görə bu istiqamətdə hələ ki, belə deyək də, çox sayılılıq bəylər tərəfdədir. Video kontentə baxış istiqamətində də demək olar ki, faiz nisbəti arasında o qədər də böyük fərq yoxdur, amma kontentin tərkibində fərq var. Xanımlar daha çox, Azərbaycandakı xanımlar, belə deyək də, əyləncə deməyim də, hansısa bir serialların izlənilməsi və s. Yəni bu istiqamətdə daha çox adaptasiya olurlar. Təbii ki, bəylər də öz maraq dairələrindən çıxış edərək var orada ki, onlar hansısa bir futbol oyunlarının və s. onlayn versiyasını izləyirlər. Amma ümumilikdə xəbərləri videodan izləmək baxımından xanımlar və bəylərin maraq dairələri üst-üstə düşür. Və yaxud dediyim kimi, artıq insanlar özləri mobilləşməyə başladıqlarından kiçik xəbərlərdə artıq tərəddüdlə, yəni onlara daha çox multimedia faylları ilə zəngin olan xəbərlər gözlərini oxşayır, belə deyək. Bu sosial media vasitələrindən danışanda indi biraz belə deyək də sıralamaya gedəcəyik. Ən çox istifadə olunan sosial şəbəkələr. Təbii ki, birinci yerdə, nəinki Azərbaycanda, bütün dünyada olduğu kimi Facebook bizdə də ön plandadır. Lakin mobil cihazlar azalıb, paylanıb müxtəlif istiqamətlərdə. Yəni artıq laptopların yerini daha çox mobil qurğular almağa başlayır. Baxmayaraq ki, kompüterlər, fərdi kompüterlər, notebooklar, bunlar hələ də belə deyək də faiz nisbətinə görə, məsələn 59% insan notebookdan və yaxud da ki, laptop vasitəsilə fərdi kompüter vasitəsilə internetə daxil olurlar. Amma mobil telefonlar və planşetlər artıq getdikcə ön sıraya çıxmağa başlayırlar. Jurnalistikada belə bir anlayış artıq yer almağa başlayır. Məsələn, onlayn media dedik, sosial media, indi mobil media deyəcəyik. Necə ki, bloqlar və mobil bloqlar, mobloglar demirdik, eləcə də indi mobil jurnalistika deyən bir jurnalistika termini dünyada artıq formalaşmağa başlayır. Çox güman ki, yaxın 5 il ərzində Azərbaycanda da bu terminin özünü doğrulacağı gözlənilir. Çünki insanlar tək media sahəsində yox, yəqin özünüz də həyatda müşahidə edirsiniz ki, mobilləşmə istiqamətində davam edirlər. Və sosial şəbəkələr Azərbaycanda sosial şəbəkə istifadəçilərinin reytinginə gəldikdə, dediyimiz kimi Facebook birinci, Vkontakte, Odnoklassniki və Moymir şəbəkələr var ki, hansı ki Rusiya mobil şəbəkələrdir. Bunlar da Azərbaycanda hələ ki öz istifadəçi sayına görə belə deyək də ilk yerləri qoruyub saxlayırlar. Amma əsas olaraq Facebook və Instagramın hazırda Azərbaycanda belə deyək də inkişafı göz önündədir. Və sual oluna bilər ki, Twitter şəbəkəsi var idi. Bu şəbəkə ilə bağlı niyə statistika yoxdur? Twitter şəbəkəsi ilə bağlı Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, Pinterest, Google+. Bunlarla bağlı rəsmi belə deyək də statistik bir istinad edilə biləcək platforma yoxdur. Məsələn, Social Bakers və s. belə şəbəkələr yəqin bilirsiniz. Onlar təqdim edirlər, əsasən Facebooku təqdim edirlər. Facebookda korporativ saytlar, media saytları da IP göstəriciləri tez-tez dəyişdiyinə görə belə deyək də oturaqlı olmur. Amma bununla bərabər dediyim kimi Twitter istifadəçiləri də var, lakin Twitter bizim qonşu ölkələrdə olduğu kimi Azərbaycanda hələ ki özünü bir o qədər də doğrultmuyub və inkişafından da görünür ki, aktiv Twitter istifadəçilərinin sayı ya sabit qalmaqdadır, ya da ki, məsələn, yəqin Twitterdən istifadə edən var aramızda. Bizim AzTweet deyilən bir şəbəkə var, o mütəmadi olaraq top 5-lik Twitter blogerlərini təqdim edir. Həmin blogerlərin demək olar ki, adları elə bir top blogerlərin adları onluqda dəyişmələr gedir. 8-ci yerdəki 2-yə keçir və yaxud da ki, əksinə. Yeni aktiv istifadəçilər və yeni Twitterdə belə deyək də boom yaradacaq istifadəçilər o qədər də gözə çarpmır. Facebook istifadəçilərinin saytına gəldikdə isə ümumi internet istifadəçilərinin Azərbaycanda 80%-ə yaxını Facebookdan istifadə edir. Bu da ötən ilin göstəricilərinə əsasən, məsələn, 15,7% artım müşahidə olunur Facebook. Bu da onu göstərir ki, hər gün Azərbaycanda Facebook istifadəçilərinin sayı artmaqdadır. Yəni, bu şəbəkəyə baxmayaraq ki, alternativlər əmələ gəlir, baxmayaraq ki, yeni sosial şəbəkələr, yeni maraq dairəsinə maraq cəlb eləyəcək şəbəkələr yaranır. Lakin Facebooka maraq bir mənalı şəkildə artmaqdadır. 2015-ci ilin ilk oyun ayının yekununa görə Facebook istifadəçi auditoriyasında 10,2%lik azalma qeyd olunub. Bu, bütün dünya üçün olan göstəricilərdir. Amma lakin dediyim kimi, Azərbaycanda bu göstəricilər o qədər də özünü doğrultmur. Əksinə artım müşahidə olunur. Dünyada Facebookun azalma səbəblərinə, yəni faiz nisbətinin istifadənin azalma səbəblərinə gəldikdə isə, son zamanlar yeni şəbəkələrin və yaxud da ki, Facebookla alternativ olan şəbəkələrin Facebookda mövcud olan bir sıra funksiyalarını özlərində ehtiva etməsi, bu da ona gətirib çıxardır ki, Facebooka insanlar artıq alternativlər axtarmağa başlayıblar. Bir də təbii ki, kontent məsələsi burada önəmlidir. Məsələn, yəqin ki, yaxınlarınızda və yaxud da özünüzdə belə şəbəkələr var ki, siz o şəbəkədə olanda çox rahat olursunuz. Şəxsən mən Twitterdə olanda çox rahat oluram, nəinki Facebookda. Ola bilsin ki, bir müddət sonra sosial şəbəkə fəaliyyətimi Twitter üzərindən davam edeyim. Və yaxud da işgüzar insanlar var ki, LinkedIn şəbəkəsi onlar üçün ideal platformadır və öz fəaliyyətlərini həmin platformada davam etdirməyə, öz məqalələrini və yaxud da ki, paylaşımlarını o şəbəkədə etməyə istifadə edirlər. Bu artıq belə deyək də spesifik maraqlardan irəli gəlir. Buna görə belə deyək də ümumi bir generativ nəticə götürmə düzgün çıxmazdı. Amma dediyim kimi, yəni artıq Facebook belə deyək də ilk və tək statusunu ilk olsa da alternativlər statusuna dəyişmək istiqamətində gedir. Gəlirik mənim çox sevdiyim şəbəkələrdən birinə, Twitterə. Twitter şəbəkəsində isə dediyim kimi Azərbaycanda istifadəçilərin sayı o qədər də çox olmasa da 2015-ci ildə 2,5 dəfə artım müşahidə olunub istifadəçilərin sayında. Təbii ki, Facebookla müqayisədə Facebook bayaq dedik 15%-ə yaxın artım idi. 2,5 dəfə o qədər də çox deyil. Amma ümumilikdə Twitter faiz nisbəti, yenə də deyirəm, rəsmi rəqəm olmasa da müxtəlif platformalardan araşdırdığım məlumata əsasən Azərbaycan internet istifadəçilərinin oktyabrın sonuna olan məlumata əsasən Twitter istifadəçilərinin Azərbaycanın Twitterdə olan istifadəçilərinin sayı Azərbaycanın ümumi internet istifadəçi sayının 14,3%-ni təşkil eləyir. Yəni o qədər də böyük rəqəm olmasa da, amma hər halda sosial şəbəkə paylaşımları arasında müəyyən bir yer edir. Daha sonra bir sıra şəbəkələr var ki, hansılar ki artıq dünyada özünü doğruldan şəbəkələrdir. Azərbaycanda isə onlara maraq bir qədər zəif deməkdir, bir qədər az tanınan şəbəkələrdir. Səbəb nə ola bilər? O şəbəkələrdə məlumatsızlıq ola bilər və yaxud da ki, o şəbəkələrdən intensiv istifadənin imkanları, ona yaratdığı imkanlardan xəbərdar olmamaq ola bilər. Bu yaxınlarda, məsələn, belə deyək, bir xarici təlimçimiz var idi bizim Dənmənsin. O bizə təlim müddətində yeni sosial şəbəkələr jurnalistlər üçün təqdim edirdi. Bizim bir sıra yerli jurnalistlərin həmin tutan sosial şəbəkələrin mövcudluğundan belə xəbərləri yox idi. Amma mövcudluğundan xəbəri olduğu təqdirdə ola bilsin ki, o insan artıq onun funksionallığını görüb və daha aktiv, daha belə deyək də mərkəzli şəkildə istifadə edə bilər. Dediyim kimi, burada marağın az olmasının səbəbi məlumatsızlıq ola bilər. Və yaxud da ki, həmin sosial şəbəkələrin PR-ının Azərbaycanda zəif getməsi, auditoriyanın o qədər də formalaşmaması və s. Pinterest şəbəkəsidir, Tumblr'dır, Google Plus bilirsiniz ki, özünü nəinki Azərbaycanda, dünyada da doğrultmadır. Redditdir, Kontaktidir. Bunlar artıq, belə deyək də, Azərbaycanda istifadəçi sayı az və inkişaf tempi az gedən şəbəkələr sırasındadır. Media və internet. Müəyyən auditoriyalar üçün ümumiyyətlə televizora əsas xəbər mənbəyi artıq televiziya kanallarda yayımlanan xəbər buraxılışları deyil, internetdə. Bu nə deməkdir? Bu cümlənin açıqlamasını təbii ki, verməyəcəm, amma ki, ümumi götürdükdə birinci dediyim cümləyə qayıdıram. İnsanlar artıq nəinki sosial şəbəkələrə, kontenti də özləri seçməyə qərarına gəliblər. Belə bir qrafik düşünün. Əvvəllər tutalım, bizə göstərilənə biz izləyirdik, bizə göstəriləni oxuyurduq. İndi insanlar kontenti özləri internetin yaratdığı imkanlarla kontenti özləri seçmək imkanına malikdirlər. Məsələn, eyni bir xəbəri sən hansısa bir saytdan yazılı formada da oxuya bilərsən, amma seçim eləyib o xəbəri hansısa bir onlayn televiziyadan da izləyə bilərsən. İnternet insanlara bu özəlliyi, belə deyək də, bu imkanı verir və bizim də belə deyək də, onlayn media və sosial media bazarında artıq bu tendensiya özünü doğrultmaqdadır. Diqqətinizə görə təşəkkür edirəm. Bu qədər.
Çox sağ olun Elada xanım. Mənə elə gəlir ki, çox yaxşı bir analogiya yaratdınız. Çünki bugün biz istədiyimizi görürük və istədiyimizi oxuyuruq və artıq bizə təklif olunanlarla kifayətlənmirik. Öz kontentimizi özümüz tapırıq, özümüz formalaşdırırıq və özümüz seçirik və bu da əlbəttə ki, mənə elə gəlir, rəqabətə ən böyük təsir edən stimullu faktorlardan biridir. Mənə elə gəlir ki, bugün Səhər xanımın APTV-si, bütün umri kanalları tamamilə bağlanacaq Azərbaycanda. Çox sadə bir statistika gətirim. Google'un bu yaxınlarda açıqladığı məlumata görə Azərbaycan YouTube istifadəçilərinə görə bütün dünyada ən qabaqcıl yerlərdədir. Orta hesabla bir nəfər YouTube-da hər gün 41 dəqiqə vaxt keçirir. Əslində mənə qalsa, mən demək olar ki, bütün video kontentimin hamısını çalışıram YouTube-dan alım və tək mən yox, şəxsən mənim ailə üzvlərimin bir çoxları. Çünki vaxtımız yoxdur. Mən uzun illər Amerikada yaşayanda bu TV on demand deyilən bir platform var idi Azərbaycanda hələ ki o mənə elə gəlir ki, istifadə olunmur və bu da demək canlı yayımın yazılıb, yəni köhnə VCR belə deyək də, video magnetofonlar kimi yazılıb, ondan sonra istənilən saatda baxılması demək idi. Və o da demək idi ki, elə siz söhbət açdığımız bayaq telenovela serialları da deyək, 2 saat ərzində televiziyada göstərilən və o 2 saatın yarım saatını reklamla doldurulan bir efir vaxtını yazıb, daha sonra izləyici onu evdə sadəcə fast forward yollatmaqla elə o serialın özünün 1 saat 20 dəqiqəsini baxıb və çox vaxt reklamda üstdən keçirdə bilirdi. Və bu da artıq o demək advertisement, reklam yerləşdirənləri digər platformalar axtarmağa vadar etdi. Salih xanım qeyd elədiyi kimi bugün Azərbaycanda tutalım internet advertisement, reklam hələ də geniş istifadə olunur. Amma bu gələn irəlidə olan bir həqiqətdir. Əgər insanlar televiziyadan çəkilib online televiziyasını yalnız izləsələr, bu deməkdir ki, o biri platformaya heç pul sərf etməyə artıq ehtiyac qalmayacaq. Ona görə də bu daha bir həqiqətdir ki, bugün istehlakçı internetin ona verdiyi imkanlara görə öz istədiyinə baxır, öz istədiyini axtarır və bəlkə də ona təsir imkanları da bu mənada çox məhdudlaşır. Çünki o özü kontentinə nəzarət edir.
Mən prezentasiyamda YouTube istifadəçilərinin sayına toxunmamışdım, amma bilərəkdən etmişdim. Yəni yaddan çıxmamışdı. Təbii ki, YouTube necə yaddan çıxa bilərsə. Səbəb ondan irəli gəlirdi ki, bayaqlarında qeyd elədiyim kimi YouTube-dan istifadə hələ ki media istiqamətində deyil. Azərbaycanda daha çox əyləncə yönündədir və yaxud da ki, o iqtisadi yönündə o qədər də istifadə olunmur. Amma bununla paralel olaraq Azərbaycanın özündə YouTube-a alternativ olduqca böyük və ciddiyə alınacaq video şəbəkələr var. Video kimi, video az kimi şəbəkələr var ki, bunlar artıq mobil platforma, video platforma kimi özlərini doğruldurlar.
Doğrudur Elal xanım, mən o rəqəmləri nəzərdən keçirəndə belə başa düşdüm ki, YouTube-un Azərbaycanda ən populyar olan kanallarından biri də Bozbaş Pictures-dir, çünki milyonlarla subscriber yazılanlar var. Və inşallah təbii ki, bu istiqamətdə davam etdikcə daha keyfiyyətli və daha maarifləndirici bir kontentlərə də biz keçə bilərik. Və sonuncu bizim, siz ki genderdən danışdınız, yeganə bizim o biri genderi təmsil edən speakerimiz Ruslan İsmailzadə. Mr. Ruslan İsmailzadə is a communication officer for the United Nations Development Program in Azerbaijan. He has been a part of the UN system for 3 years now. In his capacity, Mr. Ismailzadeh advocates the UNDP projects implemented in Azerbaijan and partners with stakeholders for transparency, social behavioral communication, and result-based management. He was a Fulbright Fellow and graduated from Old Dominion University in the United States in Strategy Communication and Baku State University in International Relations. His current main interests are communication for development and management, and he's going to talk about how social media transforms development programs. Please, Ruslan, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I will be quite brief and give the floor to the discussion. So, listening to these ladies, beautiful ladies, I just got some, summarization that I want to make. So, it's the first time that we communication guys and we, the media, began not to show the results, what other producers are doing, but we begin to deliver the results. I think that's our main results that main achievements that we ever got from this mushrooming of social media in the society. Another thing is that enlargement of the social media brings the democratization of markets and manufacturing. And it fostered the environment and unlocked the new producers. And current producers that is getting bigger and bigger day by day are not the one who graduated from business school and are not the one who is a business guy, but they are the IT guys, they are the journalists who's selling their products and getting more shares than the businessmen. Another thing is said that there is a big paradigm shift in a business model and economy. It's getting from linear to networking business model, I think is one of the main contributions that the social media give to the sharing economy. What is that? What's a linear business model? Linear business model is a model that you are creating the products, you are pushing this product to the market, and you are selling this. It's like upstream and downstream. But in a network business model, you're not just creating. You're creating for others so that others will continue to consume it for the value. And I think that is the biggest achievement that the social media give for the economy, and how our economy is shifting to democratic economy, rather liberal economy, let's say. It's also relinquished the owners from being a dictator of its product. Something like, let's say, before the social media in the society, the CEO or the founder of the product has all ability and capacity to keep the information on itself. Like today, all of this information is consumed by the consumers. So the consumers decides how the products must sell in the economy and in the market. It's also, the economy shifted from ownership to the sharing. And all of this latest mentioned about Airbnb, because Airbnb is one of the main success story in a sharing economy. I will just mention one statistics from Airbnb is that every night 40,000 people rent an accommodation from Airbnb that offers 250,000 rooms in 30,000 cities in 192 countries. So imagine how, and believe me or not, Airbnb is not a big corporation, and it doesn't have a bunch of stuff. It's just like this 50 or 60 stuff that's working for Airbnb is just to manipulate the operations over there. But imagine how much value it gives to society, and how much it gives this economy to be shared, economy to be shifted to publicly. Another thing is the sharing economy results the application industry. What Google and iPhone give us is the application industry. So with application industry, you can just wake up and do your works until your night, and without going anywhere, without going anything. It's also not about just the economy. Everything began to Wikipedia the information. So it's not just going in the sharing economy, but our society and our civil society overall is becoming more shared, and everything is interconnected with each other. At the end, all of this process indeed influence to our behaviors. So how behaviors has changed. Before Facebook and Twitter, no one trusted to mention their names and even surnames in the social media. I imagine 20 years ago, my name in a website was not Ruslan Ismailzadeh. I can surely say it. But now I can rightly say it because of shared information, trusted information, and shared economy where I can get the values and consume it, made me write my name honestly. And how it's bringing the integrity to the society. It's the biggest value of the sharing economy and sharing society is given to us. But the lack of this sharing economy is that these good results and these good activities are going where there's a floating economy, when there is an agile government, when there is a small fiscal policy to the sharing economy, and when there is a free society. My colleague mentioned about how Airbnb is not working, which application was not working in Spain. Uber is not working in Spain because Spain government makes some restrictions. So will sharing economy will exist everywhere? Of course not, because there is no floating economy everywhere. But will sharing economy will get the good results in United States, especially for Silicon Valley? Yes, because there is a small government, there is an agile system, and there is a free society. Other thing I just wanted to talk about the international organizations, how international organizations is using these tools, is that before the social media, we as a United Nations system were just for the member states. Let's say we were just for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. But now, within the social media, we began to work for the people. And the main idea of United Nations is to work for the people. I think that social media, that is the main contribution of social media gave to us. And another thing, our problem was always to be transparent. how should we do our works to be more transparent so that the other partners will believe in us. I say within the social media and within the overall sharing economy and sharing society, we began to be one of the more transparent now. And I think UNDP, I'm sure that UNDP is the first helping agency in the world that is the most transparent in its projects and implementations. We have now more opportunities in United Nations to make campaigns, and our campaigns is not just a request from the government, but just writing some issues in social media. We have more volunteers around the world just because thanks to social media, just because thanks to sharing things. And more things, we are going more green because of social media. And the most important things, now we can have economize our budget, not to have an internal communication, because we have a social media. And within the social media, we can do it. And we can give them good results. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ruslan. Indeed, I think that technologies, innovation, and business these days are kind of match made in heaven. The sky is the limit. We can do so much more. And of course, in a country like Azerbaijan, where these applications are just emerging, the opportunities are constantly tremendous. So we've come to the end of our panel. Now we're going to switch to questions and answers. Good news is that we have more time to accommodate all of your questions. Bad news is that I've been informed lunch is delayed by 30 minutes because we have Prime Minister of Turkey, Mr. Ahmet Davutoglu, speaking next door at the large auditorium. So because of the security protocol, we have to be there a few minutes late. So please introduce yourself and state which speaker you would like to address your question.
Okay, thank you very much, and I appreciate the very rich and interesting presentation and discussion about the role of new media and the social media and the sharing economy. I just would like to ask the question with respect of the data which does exist right now, so that about the intensity of using the social media. Because the data overall through the world shows that the social media is more using in the areas of the high-tech industry and the high rate of the income. So it means so that the more active social media users, it's in the that big conglomerate cities or the areas where the high-tech development enterprises and the populations are more living. On the other side, it also saw the demonstrating that this is the gap between the white collar and the blue collar labor forces. So it's really the part of the digital divide development, which I believe that should be taken in consideration, that there is definitely no doubts about the importance of the social media for the economic development. So my question is to you, that to see how this challenge is addressing here in Azerbaijan. So to what extent, that the government, the NGOs, the private sector are taking into consideration this this balance, or at least that based on the overall analysis of the using the social media. So again, I don't know to what extent this analysis has been done here, but it does exist in this program. So I would like to ask you to address this issue if it's possible. Thank you.
Hello, sorry, are you referring to the companies or to the users?
No, the first one I'm just referring the overall using the social media, and the social media both that you can use as the communication and exchange of the information, which definitely that required and sometimes also take into consideration the financial or the information about the goods and the products. In terms of the with regard to whether it's the companies or industry, I'm sure that in this case we're talking about the social media for the areas of the sharing the economy.
After my research, as I mentioned before, I found out that yes, definitely the social media are very much used in Azerbaijan, but there are not many companies who are having sharing economy activities. So therefore, if we compare to other countries, it is not having a big impact.
But then the question is, what is the reason so that they don't want to share? Are they afraid so that the social media, just let me finish, is going to be used, that it's also research about it, so the social media gives more power to the customer. So the customer can use this social media more effectively in terms of the sharing the information, what they get from the company about the product, and this really skyrocketing effect of the possibility for the customers to also sharing this negative information, so that it means it can drastically affect the company. Also so that be able to provide the opportunity for the sharing, I would say, confidential information, which can be accidentally released, so that by the employees of the company. So what is the, that why? The question is why, that the local enterprises and then businessmen don't want to use this opportunity, given that the social media really one of these new avenue for the promoting their product.
Thank you. Now I think I can answer you. Indeed, as I mentioned before, I had a survey to 1,000 users in Azerbaijan, and I also conducted a survey to a lot of companies. Actually, I sent this survey to more than 4,000 companies in Azerbaijan. And about the companies, I have to say that I received very, very small amount of replies, and they even did not fill in all the questions of my survey, where I was asking them some information. I think my personal impression is that because I was working for a governmental center of studies, they were afraid of sharing the information with me, and so I didn't have enough data for speaking about that today, for example. And on the other hand, about the social media, I want to say that in Azerbaijan, most of companies who have websites, the websites are very poor, not, how can I say, and they don't have a lot of e-tools, for example, live messaging or questionnaires where you can be in contact with the company and they will reply you very fast. So these are the reasons. So for the first question, like I would say, like there is a poor quality of friendly interaction with the company through their website. And second, for your second question, there is not a wish for companies to share information with people that they don't know.
I want to add that my personal view is that it comes back to the point that Christina mentioned in her presentation, which is illiteracy. If companies would know what kind of opportunities modern technologies and internet is offering to them. I mean, over Facebook, we observe quite a few trends in business. For example, increased customer service. If you have a complaint about some kind of a supermarket chain, you go even on your personal page you write your opinion, and you tag the Facebook page of that particular business, and they are able to see that and respond directly to the customer or address the concern. So there are quite a few positive trends that are appearing in that sense. Next to you, Turana, I'm going to take advantage of your proximity to a gentleman who asked the question. Asan Khidmat, Asan service today is a government service who offers a lot of government services in online form. And if you want to jump in and say a few words about that, especially to business community, that makes it easier for them to deal with some of the procedures that are in place to address them through one window shop. But these are some of the things that are still, I think, at the emerging stage in the country. And forums like this, platforms like this, discussions like this are also helping to increase that literacy.
Mən bu məsələdə əsas problemi onda görürəm ki, Azərbaycanda şirkətlərin, biznes şirkətlərinin bir hissəsi hələ bu alətlə tanış deyirlər. Yəni söhbət şirkət rəhbərinin və yaxud da onun PR menecerinin, reklam direktorunun Facebookda və ya digər sosial şəbəkədə aktiv istifadəçi olmasından getmir. O adamlar özləri də bu sosial şəbəkənin aktiv istifadəçiləridirlər. Amma bu alətdən öz biznesləri üçün necə səmərəli istifadə eləmək yolları ilə bağlı bir strategiyaları yoxdur. Reallıq budur. Yəni biz indi böyük iqtisadi təhlillər, ekspert analizlər apara bilərik, amma gerçək reallıq bundan ibarətdir ki, böyük əksəriyyət bu alətdən necə istifadə edəcəyini bilmir. Mən hesab edirəm ki, əlbəttə burada müəllimin dediyi məsələnin çox ciddi rolu var. Bu cənabın dediyi kimi insanlar, bəzən şirkətlər qara PR-dan qorxurlar. Çünki istənilən bir təqdimatda onları sosial şəbəkələr birbaşa vətəndaşla, birbaşa istifadəçi ilə əlaqə yeri olduğuna görə artıq tamamilə şəffaflığın təmin olunması məcburiyyətindəsiniz siz. İstənilən bir, məsələn, bir müddət əvvəl bir restoranlar şəbəkəsi mənə müraciət eləmişdi. Onların sosial şəbəkədə çox böyük bir səhifələri var və burada özlərini PR eləmək, özlərinə əlavə müştərilər toplamaq istəyirlər, reklam eləmək istəyirlər. Amma xidmətlərində olmuş bir rəqiblərindən biri öz onlara məxsus olan səhifədə onların əleyhinə PR kampaniyası qurub, qara PR kampaniyası qurmuşdu və bu da düşmüşdü həmin o səhifədən mediaya. Çox təəssüf ki, saytlar da araşdırmadan şəbəkə barədə çox mənfi məlumatlar yaymışdılar və onlar reklam olunacaqları yerdə artıq böyük bir zərərlə qarşılaşmışdılar. Bu təbii ki, həmin sosial şəbəkədə strategiyanı doğru qurmamağın nəticəsidir. Hazırda mən hesab edirəm ki, bu istiqamətdə dövlətin, Şəmil xanım da qeyd elədiyi, gördüyü müəyyən işlər var. Elektron hökumətin qurulması, asan xidmətindən bu istiqamətdə istifadə olunur. Amma ümumilikdə internet, onlayn alış-veriş üçün vergi bazasının düzəldilməsinə ehtiyac var. Bu sahədə ciddi problem var. Və bir də inam, yəni bizim Azərbaycanda onlayn, belə deyək, onlayn alış-veriş, onlayn işlənmə mədəniyyəti, kart üzərindən işləmə mədəniyyəti formalaşmayıb. Bu mədəniyyət formalaşmayana qədər sosial şəbəkələrdə, sosial şəbəkələr vasitəsilə onlayn reklam olunmaq çox da cəlb edici olmayacaq. Yəni, müəyyən məsələlərdə mən real baxmağın tərəfdarıyam. Əlbəttə, perspektiv onu göstərir. Məsələn, biz ötən il və bu il ərzində Azərbaycanda əgər onlayn kart istifadəçilərinin sayını və və yaxud da post terminallardan istifadə sayına baxsaq, kəskin bir artış müşahidə olunubdur. Bu istiqamətdə hesab edirəm ki, müsbətə doğru addımlar var. Amma hələ ki o mədəniyyət oturuşmadığına görə onlayn reklamlar, daha çox onlayn şirkətlər, daha çox onlayn üzərindən olan işini qurmuş insanlar onlayn reklamlara üstünlük verirlər. Onlayn, bu da hazırda Azərbaycan bazarında vəziyyət və əsas belə deyək, prinsip bundan ibarətdir. Onlayn, offline reklamı, offline, online reklamı uğursuzdur. Amma əlbəttə mən onunla razıyam ki, müzakirələr olmalıdır və onlayn şirkətlər də özlərinin, offline belə deyək, yəni online üzərindən işləməyən şirkətlər də artıq bu bazara köçməlidirlər. Çünki artıq online olmadan mümkün deyil. Təşəkkür edin.
I hope we answered your question partially. Yes, please.
Okay, I just wanted to make a couple of comments.
Could you please introduce yourself?
What?
Could you please introduce
Oh,
yourself?
I'm sorry. My name is Ed Roche, and I want to make just a few comments about the theory of sharing. I think that to think about this, you have to realize the underlying theory is the transactions cost theory of the firm. So transactions cost theory says that if inside an organization the economic transactions are cheaper, then the organization will grow. And if the internal transactions become more expensive, then the organization will shrink. And so this idea led to the separation of functional elements of the firm. For example, in outsourcing, where the manufacturing transactions became relatively more expensive, there's outsourcing of manufacturing to China or some place like that. The firm is still there, but the functions have moved out. And this led also to the development of industrial networks, where you have one firm connecting to another firm, and each firm doing optimal transactions, processing, and all of these pieces together working as a virtual firm. And then the next step was business process outsourcing, where the firm remained the same with its structure, but parts of the informational processing of the firm moved outside. Not the manufacturing, but the information processing. And what we have in the sharing economy is the stealing or the theft of the information coordination processing in an industry. And therefore, there is no required legal organization of the sharing economy. Also, there is no capital required because it's simply a information sharing infrastructure. So for developing countries, that should be really good to have a dramatic growth in an industry which requires almost no capital. This is exactly what you're looking for. So what would be some of the strategies for a developing country? Well, first, just 5 points. First is the idea of building or buying. So a country could rapidly just borrow the functions from pre-existing sharing infrastructures and put them in and test them. There's no need to build your own infrastructure. Another thing would be a government policy which might place a moratorium on enforcement of competition law until an experimental period is finished. So if there's competition with the regular taxi industry, perhaps for a 6-month period, there's a moratorium and you do an experiment to see if it works. Another thing would be that ICT ministries in a country should be active supporters of experimentation in this type of a sharing economy. I mean, they can help promote it very quickly and make the contacts with platforms that can be acquired from the outside. And in terms of awareness building, it's very important to work with the industries that are threatened. So a common problem is taxis. So Uber threatens the taxis. So if Uber comes in, the taxis go on strike. There's a huge problem, you know. But from the very beginning, if the taxi associations themselves were brought into the collaborative process for bringing in this new model, then this might help to alleviate these types of conflicts. And then finally, any such system or of experimentation and importation of this alternative information model of organization should be accompanied with performance metrics, so you can tell if it's a good idea or a bad idea, who is hurt, who is helped. You know, you need real numbers so that you can understand the advantages and disadvantages, not just ideas, but real numbers. So,
thank you very much. I think this really, what you outlined, redefines the word of economy for modern age in its true sense, where we use available resources to minimum carefully for the more and the better results. So this is the door that social media and sharing economy opens for not just developing countries, any economies out there in the world. I see no more hands. I just received a message on WhatsApp that Prime Minister left the building, so which means that the door to lunch has been opened. Talk about using social media to expedite results. So I would like to thank all of our panelists today for their valuable views. Thank you for joining today's panel. Your next session will start at 2:30. So if you come back at 2:20 back to the General Assembly, I understand we would appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Emin Husseinov. I'm the Vice Director of Strategy and Development at ADA University. I welcome you to the very last session of this conference. I hope that you had all good lunch. And this is the perfect timing for us because this is the very last session of the two-day conference. So you can all hope that soon this conference will end and you can start thinking about applications of the ideas that you heard here for the past 2 days. And hopefully we can make a good mark in your memory as we will be the ones ending this important event today. And we have certainly a very distinguished group of people on this panel. Moreover, the subject of the panel is quite relevant, both for Azerbaijan as well as in the global economy. And I'm sure all of you will have very valuable ideas about what we will discuss today. So I welcome everyone to have an active participation in this session. So let me introduce very briefly our distinguished panel. On my left we have Dr. Azer Bayramov, who is the Deputy Director of the ICT Fund, Information and Communication Technologies Foundation, that was established to support various projects related to this area. And of course, we would like to hear from Mr. Bayramov on what he has to say about their activities and general trends in this area. Then we will have another on my right, Mr. Dr. Vishal Gasimli, who is representing Strategic Research Center for Strategic Studies at the President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, and he is a career economist, has done a number of studies on the subject of economic diversification, and we would definitely like to hear from Dr. Gasimli on his perspectives about the future and the link between global internet governance as well as its impact on diversification. Then I would like to pass the floor to a representative from Azer Cosmos, which is the satellite operating company. Mr. Ruslan Aliyev has been kind enough to join us today to actually talk about a success story in that area and one of the probably future promising projects going forward for many years in Azerbaijan. And then we have Ms. Marit Palovirta. Thank you for joining us today. And Ms. Palovirta represents Global International Internet Society, and we would like to get more, another success story, another application of the ideas specifically on the mobile internet, and where she has a wealth of experience that she can share with us. The private sector of Azerbaijan today will be represented by Mr. Eldar Jangirov, who will talk about different areas where we have seen successful applications, and he will talk more about the projects that he was involved very closely, which can serve a role model for future also. And finally, we will have a presentation by distinguished representative from the central bank, Mr. Ramil Mahmudov, who is going to talk about various applications that has taken place in the government agencies, central bank being one of the examples. And we could probably get to know some developments that in fact maybe not directly but indirectly impact and facilitate economic diversification agenda in Azerbaijan. So to provide a very quick starting background to these discussions, I'm sure we have already heard some ideas here today and yesterday about the ultimate objective of why internet governance is important, why ICT development is important in this country. And in Azerbaijan, we all know that being a traditional country of traditionally known for its oil and gas sector, its past history as well as its recent developments and success, we unfortunately in parallel have become quite concentrated. And as an economy, concentration is always probably not a good idea, so you want to diversify, and for diversification you need to identify a kind of sector that could successfully replace the value added that you would earn from the oil sector. You know that the oil sector is providing huge value added, and it's kind of unfair that you probably spend not that much of a unit labor cost, but suddenly generate substantial value added profit margin by being an expert of oil and gas. So when oil and gas becomes less of an attractive area of export for any concentrated economy, even if it doesn't become less attractive, to protect yourself, to be less vulnerable to fluctuations of the commodity market prices, you would like to replace it with something that would be comparable to that value added. If you want to keep your level of well-being in your economy, which has in fact been raised quite significantly. Now, Azerbaijan is a classic example of that. The country has achieved tremendous growth, tremendous improvement in its welfare, its well-being,
and would like to maintain that level of welfare. In that circumstances, lower export revenues from oil and gas will have to be replaced by comparable level of income from other sectors, and potentially you would, if you look at what sector can replace that kind of value added, that kind of profit margin, and ICT sector is an obvious suspect. So definitely we would like to discuss now how this can be achievable, how this can be made a reality. So is it possible to do? Are we talking about real things, or are we talking about just it's a wishful thinking? So hopefully today we will shed some light on these questions, and I would like to see some kind of a very lively discussion around this topic, because this is right now very important for Azerbaijan as well as many countries potentially in the global scale. So without further ado, I would like to pass the floor to Mr. Bayramov and hear his views on this. Please.
Thank you very much. Before going to the presentation of our fund, I would like also to join Mr. Hüseyin's thoughts on economic diversification of economic diversification policy, which is an ongoing process in Azerbaijan. Yesterday I was asked a question by one of international participants of the conference that we all know that Azerbaijan is well known with its natural resources, with oil and gas. Is there anything we don't know about? Of course, the second resources which we have, but it's not well known in the world, it's our human resources. We have to say that we have big number of talented, ambitious young people, and we are as a nation we are quite strong with our human resources. But for realizing their talents, government has to create special conditions, a special ecosystem for those young people. So one of most important actions which government take a few years ago, it was establishment of ICT ecosystem, which will support those young people to realize their talents. As a first action, the high-tech park under the Ministry of Communications and High Technologies was established in 2012, and together with this high-tech park, also our fund was established, and immediately there was established IT school, a computer school in ADA University. So we have actually 3 players in new ecosystem. Fund as a financial instrument, high-tech park, which gives a space to young people, and there are many incentives there, like tax incentives, custom incentives, so, for young people to realize their project. And also ADA University, and they have already 4 disciplines in the computer schools, as I know, and they are going to increase the number of disciplines, which is very, very good for our, as I thought, for our ecosystem, because we need young people, well-educated young people in ICT field. So in that sense, we are very thankful to ADA for their efforts to increase the number of graduates of their computer school. And now, coming back to our fund, I will tell you that fund was established in 2012, but we start to physically function in 2013. And main objective of the fund is stimulate innovative entrepreneurship in ICT field. So how we innovate, how we stimulate. So we have three financial mechanisms, which is the first one is investment. So we, as a fund, we can purchase stakes in the share capital and also shares of existing legal entities operating in ICT field. The second financial instrument is we are giving concessional loans to SMEs and through our authorized banks. And the third financial mechanism is grant financing. So investment activity, last 2 years we didn't have we were not quite active with investment mechanism, but there are still projects under discussion, and we think that in coming years we will start to implement very big projects, because investment projects, they are not like concessional loans, they are not like grants. They need a special, they will be implemented in a special priority areas which will be fixed by our government. The concessional loans which fund gives to entrepreneurs, we are state body and we have very small number of staff, we are just 12%, and therefore physically we cannot give loans by ourselves. So we selected authorized banks to work with entrepreneurs. So they are the first border where entrepreneurs, they are approaching banks, and then the banks send all documentation to the fund, and finally we decide together with bank to give a loan or not. We have quite big amounts for loans, and the most important thing that the interest rate for loans is the smallest in Azerbaijan. So we give just for 5% annual interest rate. You cannot get for less any money for business in Azerbaijan. So as you see from a slide that loans starts with 10,000 manats, which is approximately $10,000, and can end up with 5 million manats. And it goes from 3 years up to 10 years period, and we also have a grace period like for the half of the term. We also apply a grace period for the loans. Last year, so this is our banks. We work with, for the moment, we work with 5 banks. But we think that as soon as we'll get more money from government budget for concessional loans, then we will increase the number of banks. And in last year, we gave we gave 4,600,000 manats, and by the end of this year, we expect the same amount. Grant financing. We organized several times in a year. We organize competitions, and in the website of our fund there is a section where applicants can apply online. We don't, so we have it on our site, and it's very easy to apply. And what we finance normally, these are the 5 priorities, which we it starts with software, progressive software solutions, and the production of prototypes, innovative infrastructure projects, and others. And grant financing also starts with 10,000 manats, and it's a small grant. We have 3 levels: small, medium, and mega grants, and the maximum is 300,000 manats. So So starting from 2014 till now, we organized two competitions, grant competitions, and we received about 323 projects, and 52 of them were financed by the fund, and we gave 726,000 manats. And you also can see this is the online. This is the e-grant platform of our fund, where you can get registered and apply for the funds. So we're also trying to give some business advisory, especially to young people, because many people, they have good ICT skills, but they don't know how to lead the business. So we need to give them some information, how at least to draft a business plan, how to draft a technical plan, how to plan their working with marketing, and also why it's important for us, because when we we stimulate or financing the project, we are interested that these projects will be commercialized at the end. So we think that startups which we finance today will be scaled up in some years. This is short about our fund. So if there will be any question, I will be very happy to answer them. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bayramov. For the purposes of managing the efficiently the time, I propose we have answers at the end, and please note your questions and comments and who you would like to ask. But certainly you raised an issue which is probably one that most of the people raise when we talk about diversification, and that issue being access to finance. So especially in the context of startups and funding the innovative ideas, most projects, most firms, they stumble across this issue, and most ideas remain unfulfilled, unimplemented, exactly because of that particular constraint. And the amounts that you have shown here, they're quite impressive, and hopefully in coming years this will have an impact on diversification agenda. But basically, continuing on the same question, what will be the impact on diversification? Is it realistic? I would like to ask Dr. Vishal Gasamli, who has done a number of studies in the economic area and as key contributors to diversification agenda. So please, Dr. Gasamli, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Emin Melim. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to deliver my speech on ICT as an enabler for diversification in Azerbaijan. But before that, just let me to say that there is existing linkage between innovative-led development and economic diversification in Azerbaijan, and in order to analyze the functionality of existing linkage between innovative-led development and economic growth in Azerbaijan through identifying and quantifying major constraints. Why doesn't resource-based approach give competitive advantage? Because according to Grant and other researchers, competitiveness comes from the inimitability, reality, and non-tradability of intangible goods. So, karaoke capitalism encourages us to create new ones based on innovative-led development, including ICT approach, rather than copy-paste. And on the other hand, Darwinian economic Darwinism pushed us forward to make innovative development, because players in market with lower payoff will be set up by the players with more gains, with more profit. And that's why the single way for the economic development through diversification, it is innovative-led development. And to this end, let me just identify three sectoral paths for diversification in Azerbaijan. First of all, the first line, diversification into non-resource sectors. Under this umbrella, there are several dimensions. First, diversification of economy relying on technologically backed, export-oriented and innovative-led development. Then diversification of economy over the regions, shrink the gap from the digital gap to the economic performance between Baku and the rest of the republic. And the last one, diversification of our trading and economic partners, relying on most developed nations, most developed markets as well. The second line, developing linkage to resource sector, and I will back on this issue a little bit later. And the last outline, which is very important, to participate in global value chain. Because global value chain is governed by lead firms, and lead firms determine which markets you can sell into, who is allowed to be part of global value chain, and who is allowed to do what in global value chain. On the other hand, in the global value chain, governments, lead firms, and civil society organizations set a lot of standards. For example, EU standards in terms of, let's say, agricultural product or food processing product has meaning more than trade barriers for Azerbaijani export to EU markets. So now in Azerbaijan, after 10 years, the highest growth rate, the main challenge is not growth rate of economy, but the quality of this growth and how to shift this growth to development. In other words, pro-development growth in Azerbaijan. And diversification is a way for the raising quality of growth in Azerbaijan. And there are two types of diversification efforts in the world. First of them, success stories, and the second one, fail stories. And let us just draw lessons from these stories in terms of ICT development as well. In high-tech level, for example, Japan, EU, United States succeeded in the field of information communication technologies, UK in pharmaceuticals, or let's say China in nanotech, or let's say Israel in special chemicals. And Azerbaijan tries to develop its ICT sector. Of course, in 1980s, Robert Slow triggered the idea of productivity growth, paradox of productivity, saying that you can see computer age everywhere, but growth statistics. Also, the share of ICT in our economy is less than 2%, but spillover of this ICT sector on other fields, starting from e-governance to education, health, ecosystems, is very important for us. Today, Azerbaijan tries to shift from e-governance to m-governance, mobile governance, and this is a future. In medium tech level, I can bring example of Japan and Korea, how they developed car industry. In low-tech level, for example, Bangladesh and Vietnam in apparel industry succeeded. In service sector, for example, a brilliant example of India in terms of health sector and outsourcing of software preparation can be brilliant example for ICT development in Azerbaijan. But on the other hand, there are failed stories like Pebble Beg nuclear reactor in South Africa. They spent 1.8 billion US dollars, but now they postpone this project. Or heavy industry development in South Korea. A lot of initiatives in Malaysia, Chile, or in Egypt to develop clothing industry in the 19th century. So we have some challenge to develop economy through diversification. First of all, it takes time and can be very costly. For example, 30 years passed for the development of car industry in Japan and South Korea. Second challenge, diversification is cumulative. You can shift from the original equipment assembly to original equipment manufacture to own design manufacture. Third outline, diversification is path dependent. Trajectories are very important. For example, the linkage between, let's say, metalworking in Germany and engineering. I think today's initiatives of Azerbaijani government to develop metallurgy and then, for example, defense industry, this is somehow a brilliant example of how we can, based on path-dependent approach, to diversify our economy. And the last one, clustering, is very important. For example, Italian textile cluster or Silicon Valley in the United States. And today, Azerbaijani government set a lot of technoparks, industrial parks, agro parks to diversify its economy. I think we have to define two types of development of our, let's say, export-oriented product. One of them, whole product line. The second one, to be part of global value chain, and in order to identify industrialization pattern, we have to take into consideration some methodology, some approach. For example, Roderick Hausmann prefers in which sectors you have advantage in terms of export. Jungtat mentions that in which sectors you succeeded to develop your economy. Or Lean criteria, which sectors did develop in 10 years ago. Based on all of this approach, we can identify that there are a lot of types of or priorities of Azerbaijan economy, starting from ICT to tourism to develop. The last point is about capabilities of diversification policies. I think today we have to shift from sectoral path to capabilities, because we try to be part of global value chain. And from that perspective, capabilities is more important than sector. And that's why we have to think about how we can link up our diversification policy to global value chain in terms of process, in terms of product, and in terms of function. It's my pleasure to answer your other questions as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. presentation, and as an economist, I actually enjoyed your presentation very much, because I heard a number of new terms that sounded very attractive, like karaoke economics, economic Darwinism. So these things definitely are music to my ears, because indeed there are a lot of analogies that one can draw. I would like to also, in that fashion, support some of the ideas that we mentioned. For example, that famous professor, Ricardo Hausmann from Harvard Kennedy School, he describes this theory of monkeys and trees, where he says that if the trees are the sectors and monkeys are the firms sitting on these trees, they cannot really, if they want to change their trees, they can't really jump too far. So they have to jump to the nearby tree, So if you would like to diversify, perhaps you cannot really diversify from producing primary agricultural products to producing some kind of cars or like mobile phones or something else. So you have to kind of go there, in a very gradual way. And then World Bank has recently released a very important report, I would say actually a breakthrough report, which once again presented an evidence that for diversification, you really shouldn't look at diversification of your exports or export markets or even not your products. The real diversification is about diversification of capabilities, which you talked about. So if you really can't, you're not capable of being competitive, innovative, competing on those terms, then probably you will not be producing this kind of products, right? So the ground zero is really about what kind of capabilities you have, and therefore I really appreciate Dr. Gassani. Thank you very much for your interesting presentation. And now I would like to hear some international, perhaps, perspective. What our neighbors, countries in the region and globally they're doing, so that we can perhaps look at those experiences instead of trying to reinvent the wheel. So please, Marit, the floor is yours. Shed some light into these areas. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much. I will do my best. I don't know if you know the Internet Society, ISOC, as we are also known, but just a few words on us at first. So we are a non-profit organization, a global one, and we were established 20 years ago by the people, a couple of American guys, who invented the Internet. So Vint Cerf, who is still around and is now the chief Internet evangelist of Google, and Bob Kahn. And their idea was, when they were establishing the Internet and creating the actual technology behind it, that Internet should always remain a bottom-up, open and neutral technical platform that can be used for innovation and creating eventually economic growth by anybody. So even if there's a very young, student who has great technical skills and wants to come up with the innovation and commercialize it and make millions, Internet should be open for it and used as a platform for it. So that was just as a kind of background from where we come from. Today I will talk a bit about the mobile Internet and also what we know as the app economy. This is something that we did a piece of research recently. So every year our organization establishes a report, which is called the Global Internet Report. And this year the focus of this report was the mobile Internet and applications. So you can Google it very easily online. It's available for everybody if you want to check it out later. And the last thing, I'm actually originally, I live in Brussels, but I'm from Finland. And you may know that Finland has a kind of a bit of a success story in the tech space. And so I will make some references also to that, even if it may seem far away from you. I think there are some similarities anyway. How does this work? Here we go. So just a quick look on the mobility. So many of you are young. You may not remember the time without mobile phones, but in fact the mobile internet was really launched quite recently. So it really came to full fruition in the mid-2000s, which is literally only 10 years ago. We used to have mobile phones even before that, but those were only used for really voice communication. So there was no data, there were no apps, we didn't write WhatsApp messages, etc. So it's really important to understand that this is a fairly recent technology, and the benefits that it has brought economically and socially have been really great in the last 10 years only. This has touched many types of areas in the internet industry, if you like. So of course operators, telecommunications operators have had to expand their networks as part of this. So there's been great economic demand for this service, and they have made clearly profits, and this has benefited many countries in many ways. You have device producers. So we all carry various devices now, who have of course innovated as well to try and develop devices that we would like to use, that we think are cool. And then also you have the services. So the applications, the different services. This can be of course developed by private sector, but also equally by governments. So governments are quite important in driving e-government services, for example, to getting people online and making the internet useful. Just a few words on the generic economic value. So as I mentioned, most of the significant kind of direct revenues come from the network development, devices and applications. And in our report there is some data in terms of numbers on this as well. And there was a piece of research done on the 13 largest economies in the world. And apparently in 2013 the direct revenues from the mobile internet was more than $500 billion. So this is massive. And even though Azerbaijan is a smaller country, like also Finland, I'm sure that numbers are equally impressive in individual countries. In a more social area, of course, the mobile internet is special that it is an easier platform to also take to the rural areas. So every country, as we discussed, has also disparities within the country. We have also always capital city, which is wealthy, and then we have more rural areas where it's more difficult to perhaps create economic success stories. So the mobile internet has been a very cost-efficient and technologically easier way to reach out to these people and companies in these rural areas. So it has created a, let's say, or extended the innovation platform also for those people who were not perhaps from the beginning so well off. Moving to the applications. So we said, okay, there's been a kind of surge of services and applications in the last decade. And just to give you an idea, applications started from, one by one, different companies coming up with them. And today what we see, and this is data from 2015, we have 2 large application stores. So they have, Apple and Google have managed to really create a mass market for applications. So, of course, in the different pillars, there's the same applications for different technological platforms, but we have more than 1 million applications today that people use that are available through the app stores. And from the economic point of view, of course, who develops these applications? There has to be some smart kid who comes up with an idea, okay, what do we do? And they make it happen, and then they commercialize it, they make it available through an app store. And sometimes they are free, the applications, other times they're paid. So again, it's a way to generate revenue, for a country or perhaps a hub, a tech park, as we heard earlier. And then just a bit more going into detail about the applications and the app economy. So this is data, the little dots here, from the US, United States. And this is the percentages of users' time used on the different applications on their phones. And as you can see, the most used applications are gaming applications, which I believe most of us consider as entertainment, but this is what people use, and social networking applications. So we're talking about Skype, WhatsApp, and all these things. And so there has been really, really phenomenal success stories, of course, then. If you have the majority of people using this, we have seen a gaming industry developed in many countries in Western Europe, including Finland. And of course, then we have the social networking apps, which I think most of them actually Well, no, they don't all come from the US, because Skype, for example, was a Swedish, Estonian invention. So there is a bit of a variety there. And regarding the gaming industry, maybe I will just tell you. So at the moment, from I think it's the top 10 largest gaming companies, there are 3 coming from Finland. And I don't know if you follow gaming, but for example, the famous Angry Birds, which was a favorite of all kids, it's developed by a Finnish company based in Helsinki. And they made millions out of it. And it was literally just a kind of innovative bunch of guys who got together and started doing their thing and then commercialized it. But it has to be said that this is not without problems, because it's a very volatile industry. So they came up with a hit game, but it doesn't mean that consumers like it anymore. It's like any consumer product now, so we're talking about a service. So the next game wasn't such a big hit, which meant that they had to fire people. So we're not anymore in the kind of old way of, in the old world of ICT, like the traditional companies. If you think about the IBM or Microsoft or even Google, these guys, they have employees. IBM has maybe 300,000 employees in the world. They just do their thing and they sell their product, and it's very consistent. But in the mobile and in the app economy, it's much more volatile. It's unpredictable, and you really need to be on the edge of the innovation, and you need to be flexible to move and change and change your ways. I picked a story here about the WhatsApp. So WhatsApp was an app introduced in 2009. It became immediately a success story. So I don't know how many of you use WhatsApp, but I do certainly. It was purchased by Facebook for $19 billion US 1 year ago. Now we can claim that probably this wasn't, necessarily good for any one economy, but there was certainly a couple of guys who became very rich. But it could be also that, it feeds into a certain ecosystem in a country, and certainly there were lessons learned, etc. So it becomes a success story that hopefully feeds an ecosystem. The point I want to emphasize here is that WhatsApp today only has 55 employees. So everybody raves about the app economy, but as I said, it's no longer the kind of promised land of the savior of countries, because they don't actually employ that many people. It's a very kind of like an efficient way of doing business and making money for some. So in Finland as well, where many of you probably know that Nokia used to be the biggest company, made a lot of money, created in many ways the Finnish tech success story, and when Nokia went down, they're now struggling. What do we do to replace it? A bit like in your oil industry, how do we make it happen? In Finland, of course, there are now 10,000 unemployed engineers from Nokia, so they have indeed started many of these, there's a lot of gaming companies, new enterprises, innovations, using the mobile technology. So, but it's a slow process. It doesn't come automatically. And finally, touch then on the other areas where the mobile internet has made a difference. So, entrepreneurship is of course something that we already discussed a bit. So it's a great platform for entrepreneurship, and also then other areas. I'm not going to talk through all of them. But I'll say a few words on the entrepreneurship. So we said earlier that mobile internet is special because it reaches out to rural areas. And we see in many countries that the mobile internet has been used to really include the rural areas into the world economy. So there are many apps developed, for example, for agriculture. In Africa, we have examples that there are apps that gives you global prices so that there's no cheating going on. You can put your products. You have a marketplace there through the internet, etc., etc. And also, you can then through the local internet, you can really develop solutions for local challenges. So you don't have to take somebody else's innovation. You can actually innovate yourself. And what we hear quite often. We do a lot of development work, internet development work in many countries, and I was in the Kyrgyz Republic last week, for example, and they said that it's very frustrating for the young people not to have the internet at all in the countryside, because the most thing that they're missing out on is the educational resources. So they don't even have information on you know, where should I apply to university, or if I want to do something cool, how do I do it? So it's very important to just have the kind of mobile platform as a tool, you know, tool provision tool, to give you ideas, to link you into the global economy. And also, as already your colleague mentioned, so it's also a source for, you know, funding sources. So if you have an idea, through the internet you can then hopefully advertise it. Finally, I, you know, talked a bit about the gaming already, but this is the top games at the moment in the world, and you have the daily revenue in US dollars here. So I'm not sure, I mean, this, as I said, this moves very fast, but at least I have heard of Clash of Clans. I'm not a massive gamer myself, but I have heard of it. So they make more than $1.5 million a day simply from uploads. So this is really, I think it's a kind of, it's not a matter of establishing one successful company or even one sector, as was mentioned, but it's really trying to create that enabling environment for an ecosystem. So I think the fact that in Azerbaijan here you have already a high-tech park, you have funding tools, as was mentioned, it is already part of creating that enabling ecosystem. So if, I mean, as there are many talented people here, and you will have now courses specifically, you know, to create engineers, perhaps policy people. It is really just a matter of fact of putting these people together and offering them the opportunities to innovate and become part of this world of the internet and yes, app economy. So thank you very much. If you want to check out the report, it's online. You can Google it. So that was my opening. Thanks very much.
Well, that's also very interesting presentation. I would like to thank you. This is like things that we see every day, just browsing through the App Store and using the Facebook and WhatsApp, but we don't realize how much revenue potential are there. But what you rightly emphasize, the point that if we talk about diversification, it's not just about gross rate, so it's not just about the revenue that you generate, but it's also important to make sure it covers as much as possible employment, job creation, and perhaps there are aspects or areas of ICT that, and this being one example of it, that perhaps would not serve that purpose for you, and you have to be kind of very sober about it. By the way, you mentioned about some startups making millions and millions. I think many Azerbaijanis who are present here know about one specific entrepreneur from Azerbaijan who later first developed a specific product and then sold it to Twitter, making multi-billion deal out of it, and especially among our students in the IT and engineering school, he has become a role model. So hopefully we will see more examples of that. And basically, as you rightly mentioned, there's the ICT Foundation, which can serve as a venture capitalist role, a venture fund role. There's the firms that involving in these areas. There's the government, who is also doing a lot of things in terms of policy making, regulation, and there are also students. And I'm your humble representative of the students who we cultivate, but you are providing a very excellent examples of how all stakeholders can come together and create that kind of ecosystem. So let me now turn into that one aspect of that ecosystem, which is government and private sector. And I would like first give a floor to other space, other Cosmos representative, who will probably talk about some of the initiatives government has done, and then later to Mr. Eldar Jr., who will speak about some other initiatives in the private sector, and we will have the overall picture much more developed. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. First of all, I believe it's a quite main topic because when we are talking about the economic diversification, we need to emphasize a number of industries that can be adopted in the economy, in the government economy. And I believe the information technology is one of the major contributors to the flourishing of the economy. And today I would like to cite, to mention the effect of information communication technologies in a number of industries of economy, and as well as give a success story about the space program of Azerbaijan. So I totally agree with Mr. Bayramov in regard to the human resources, because it's the largest contributor to all number and all matters of the diversification. And when we are talking about the flourishing of any other company, no matter it's on a macro or a micro level. And information technologies, if we just to see, look on the this perspective, it has a direct and indirect effects. For example, if we go with the indirect role, it's more about implementation of the ICT in non-information technology industry in order to bring more efficiency in the many processes, including the business process, of course, and of course increase productivity, which is a major contributor. And there is a number of success stories on the garment economies. It was cited about the Japanese industry. It can be cited also for a German electrical industry, where the level of implementation of information technologies is possibly the highest in the world. And but again, if just to stress on the direct role of the ICT industry in order to diversify the economy, the information communication technology is a quite broad definition, and there is a main point where to start from. And I believe that the space program that was adopted back in 2008 in Azerbaijan, it was a very first step and quite crucial step in order to enable Azerbaijan entities to enter remotely, at least remotely, to other markets. And I will cite and I'll give the great examples later on. And again, going back to the human resources, I would like to mention that today in Azercosmos, there are about 60% of employees are the graduates from the overseas universities, and it gives an additional insight that when we are talking about the information technologies and we are talking about the human resources, information technologies enables such a talented or gifted people to share their knowledge with their colleagues, with their friends, and further flourish either company or even the government economy. And if we are talking about the space program of Azerbaijan, I would like to mention that 2013, it was a quite memorable date for our company as well as I believe for the country, as we launched our first satellite, Azerspace 1, and it gives now and it enabled as Azercosmos, but also the international companies to go together and provide a number of satellite services, solutions and applications in the countries from Africa, Middle East, Central Asia. And at the same time, being the company, Azerbaijan company, it enabled us to give not just a direct sales, I would say, going directly to the business, but also to take a place in a number of market niches, starting from the mining, the oil and gas, maritime vessels. So I would like to mention that the satellite connectivity also plays a quite crucial role in a mobile broadband, and it already been cited that the mobile broadband is a future for the further, and in Azerbaijan now we're going for the mobile application, government application. So such type of steps will enable us to bring to be more efficient and to give more values, and of course it may end up with a vertical integration, and it may end up with value-added services. So I believe I would like to give such a brief information in order to make us spare time for a more brainstorming. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Aliyev. We appreciate the information update on the achievements, accomplishments that as a country both and as also as a company that we have achieved in the area of the satellite communications. So this is indeed a source of pride for all Azerbaijanis. Now I turn the floor to our distinguished guest, Mr. Eldar Jangir. So please, the floor is yours.
Teşekkür ederim Emin Müəllim. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I grew up in a family of a military officer. I care about timing really much. I don't have slides for you today. I will just try to share maybe some of my personal observations while working for huge multinationals like 6 years in Microsoft, 2 years at MasterCard. And there are a couple of things I would like to share with you today which basically cross in many points the topic of our today's meeting. We have been hearing a lot about the globalization for many years. This started like probably 60s, 70s and has been growing constantly, going up and up, causing of course some different opinions like anti-globalization, which was always a minor voice of people. The globalization was a dominating power impacting the industries, people, organizations, countries, nations, geographies, and so on. And what we saw from the window for Microsoft, and probably some of things have been visible from the window of MasterCard, working in countries like Azerbaijan, is that there is a very, very interesting processes ongoing in the region which break basically these globalization trends. The current turbulence in the world is causing big lack of trust among the international players. I mean organizations, companies, geographies and companies and countries, which has a very strong impact on how people build the borders between each other, how they diversify their approaches to the technology, to the innovation, to the way people learn, the way people seize the new knowledge and so on. It's my very big pleasure to be here. I like to come to ADA University very much because all the time I enter inside, I walk through the corridor, I see a lot of shining faces, really bright eyes of, in a good sense of emotionally aggressive people eager to learn something. And the essence of the message, of my message today, is built on the fact that when we diversify, when we build this perception of borders between nations, we need to understand the impact of limited know-how flow, technology transfer, which was also very widely mentioned here by our colleagues. What is happening now, everybody is talking about the cloud computing. Everybody is talking about the global data storage. But just to give you a very short example, according to our local legislation, and this is also a good example of many other neighboring countries as well, it's prohibited to store any kind of personal data outside the borders of Azerbaijan. Which means that all the major global apps delivered to the market by the multinational corporations, they are limited by their functionality. And the limit is that data processed by the devices, by the computing power, is limited within the border. When the current political turbulences in the world cause central banks, financial sectors, the appropriate government authorities and institutions to limit global trends, people say that we don't need these global approaches anymore because we don't trust huge companies. we are building our borders and we are going to digest and work with the data we have within our borders. And here we come to the basic point, is the quality of expertise within these small countries. I didn't mention my pleasure of entering ADA just by chance. The point is that initially Azerbaijan Diplomatic Akademiyası is not aimed to teach IT pros, developers, technical guys and so on. Now this is the case. I know you have a really strong faculties here, growing very talented youngsters, very eager for international success. When the global trend break entering the border of the country, people cannot digest the new information, new technology, just for the very, very simple reason because people are not ready to develop new things. Countries should have internal developed environment enabling people to diversify, starting from their human approach up to the organizations, large companies, government authorities, higher and higher, wider and wider. So the point is that what we saw in Microsoft, what we saw in MasterCard is really big lack of high quality, passion and readiness to digest these technological trends that have been ongoing in the region and are happening currently. That's basically it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. This is indeed one of the most important constraints that many people tend to oversee, that you really can't start from base zero. You still have to have some infrastructure, some capacity to build on. And again, this is coming to the previous point Dr. Gasimli was mentioning, that you cannot really, it's a cumulative process. It doesn't happen overnight, and for it to be realistic, we have to start looking at capabilities, both in terms of the human resources as well as also legal framework, other infrastructure aspects. And if we, as an ADA university, who has been in operation a relatively very short period of time, in fact, the School of IT and Engineering started its operations only 3 years ago. If we could make that small, very tiny contribution to that objectives, oh my God, we would really be the happiest people on earth. So I think this is really important. Thank you for your dreams, which are also our dreams. Now, the last but not the least, I would like to give floor to my former colleague from the Central Bank of Azerbaijan, where I spent my 7 years. I'm very happy for that fact, because this is where I've undergone this very important school. In fact, as a government agency, is a vivid example of what is considered as bureaucracy and inflexible and outdated, conservative, how all these assumptions really not true, because we have this example. So Ramil, please be proud to share these examples with the audience, and then we will start the question and answer session.
Thank you, Ramil, for a good introduction, and taking into account that we have very short time, and I will try to give the more information about what we did. It's like just little part of what we did actually, what as a central bank, how we use the ICT in our daily work, and it's very, very important government institution, and it's very important government institution for the economy. I will try to just give the brief information about the payment system in the whole country. In this slide, I put together all our payment system ecosystem, and it's like I will try to put everything together. Here is like the large wallet payment system, bulk settlement system, government payment portal, etc. In the next slide, I will try to just give the brief information about each of them. And why it's important for the economy? Because the payment system as a cloud for the government and the cloud system of the government. Without the circulation of the money on time, you can't imagine the normal economic growth or the stability in the country. And we try to do our best in this way and use the all modern IT technologies and adopt them for our reality. So it's, believe me, it's not easy, and but we do that. First, our project is in the last decade. One of our projects is like modernization of our current payment system, and one of them it's like there are several aims and goals, and one of them is the modernization of the payment system and use everything in our local platform, local telecommunication network. Because I just give this short information that before everything was built up on the international communication network like the SWIFT, etc. And it's very costly. It's not you are not as a country is very flexible in this. And the last 10 years was built up the way IT infrastructure, especially the networks in Azerbaijan, and we used this network, and we saw this result of the work we saw like 2 weeks ago when all the country stay without internet for a few hours, and it's maybe for the people it's like they just lost the connection with the modern world and not receive the mails or the message. But in the payment industry, especially the bank system, is big collapse. Just imagine that, and using this our local network, nobody was suffered from this, and everything was done on time, and we closed our clearing day on time. It's a good result and show the real work from the central bank side. And next we discussed today about the e-signature, and now we open our signature center at central bank, and we issue our certificates, signature certificate, and next future we will use our own certificate. It's maybe it was like a little bit misunderstanding in this case that you can't use your e-signature from one government in another. But as I know, I'm with an IT background, etc., and I know that you can. But for this only we need to just harmonization of the different systems together. And also we are going to use the new products and services and replacement hardware, software with modern one. And next our project, a little bit familiar about this, and it's like built up our own national card payment network. Just brief in simple words, what's the idea? Again, we're going to use our local networks, local communication networks, to switch our card networks together. And with this, we have several aims, and it's like that to extend use of the cashless payments in our whole economy, and reduce the time for settlement, because now it's like T+3. It's take at least 3 days to final settlement between the banks, and we're going to just to do it within the no later than next day. And also a single interface between the process center. Just from the previous slide, which I showed that now all transaction between the process center goes through the Visa and MasterCard. And okay, it's everything now. Everything's good, but nobody can ensure themselves that future everything will be okay. And tomorrow, if there are any sanctions or the other thing will happen, as an economy, we can suffer from that. And we just looking for future and just ensure ourselves for any kind of accident or incident. And also, one of the aims is like to help our banks to reduce their fee policy, because now Visa, Mastercard, other payment system, they just give the fee for the whole country, and we can't change it. It's not easy, believe me, and I will try to several times to do that, and it took a lot of time. But with this new system, we can do it more flexible. And I'm going to focus a little bit more in this. Our next project is like government payment portal, and why I'm going to focus mostly in this project, because we started this project in 2008, and we did huge work to connect several government entities together in one big database. And believe me, it's not easy, because parallel with this, we did a lot of work with each government entities to just build up their IT infrastructure inside of these government entities, to create different database, IT infrastructure, networks between these government entities. And now we have very success project, and as a payer, you can use your ID, you can use your subscription code, you can use your mobile number, you can use your e-signature, different methods to your identification, and also pay for payment. And you can do it via internet, you can do it in the web page of the government entity, you can do it in any branch of the banks or the other post, or with cash or the cards. And but we are not stopping in the same place, and we are modernizing this system, and next years we're going to connect many government organizations together. And now we connected almost the e-government portal to our system, and Asan Center to our system. And I think now I'm proud of to say that we are sharing our experience with many countries. Because at the beginning, like in 2006, 2007, I made a lot of study and research in different countries just to learn their experience. And I'm proud today to share our experience with the many countries. And I hope we discussed a lot about the mobile payments and mobile application. And as a government entity, we today transfer all these services to mobile platform, and this just small statistical information about the payment activity of the payment portal. And you saw that every year we increase the transaction numbers and also value of which goes through our system. And from other hand, it's like a lot of work for central bank. It's just imagine the different government entities and their connection between them. It's different platforms, etc. And it's not easy to manage them. Sometimes, it's. I saw that our IT guys, they're sitting like crazy, doing different work with the different government entities. And what we're going to, and our goals, our vision for the future is like everything must go to mobile platform, and we working very hard with the banks, and we're doing a lot of meeting with them. We meet our colleagues from bank, from the different organization, companies, and actually in the many countries, central bank not doing this kind of work. They have fixed, the background, they fixed the aims, and they never switch to commercial sector. But we are flexible, and my personal opinion and our vision in the next future to develop internet banking, mobile payments, and like e-commerce, because day by day people using a lot of mobile apps, they're using a lot of mobile application and mobile payments, and nobody want to go to a bank branch. It's like waste of time. And if they take into account that we have a lot of traffic jam in Baku, everybody wants to save the time. And it's like the modern world, and we need to follow them. And in this slide I called it branchless banking in future, and but it's in this case also a lot of work we doing with the adaptation of our regulation laws, and also the system with the new IT technologies, and I hope in the next 5 years we will see a lot of change, and because the diversification in economy is very important, and now we saw the situation with the oil prices changed, and we need to use our human capital and also the money of the banks very effectively, and switch low costly products, and it's not why we focus in this, because with this we can save a lot of money and for the banks, and to keep the branch in the city center it's not cheap, and they can use the different mobile platforms and the branchless banking to save a lot of money, and use this money for the loans, and to develop the as a sector of the economy. Thank you very much. Just I give the very short, brief information of what we did.
Thank you very much, Ramil. You may ask why this is really important. Well, you know that for the economic development and growth, you need to develop the financial sector, and financial sector is an intermediary between the different economic agents, passing through the funds from those who have them in excess to those who need them to use for better purposes. So if you don't have a successful, effective, and very efficient payment system in different aspects of it, then of course your economy will not be able to move that money as fast as possible, generating revenues and jobs. So making improvements, innovations in that particular segment is very important for all this work. We would like to thank Central Bank and wish them good luck in terms of their future aspirations. So without further ado, I would like to now go to questions and answers. Please.
Yes, hello. My name is Leonid Tarov. I'm General Manager of Asia Pacific Top Level Domain Association. Well, first of all, I would like to commend the organizers and Mr. Husseina for getting together this extraordinary panel. I have a very simple question. Now what?
Are you asking?
I am asking the panel and the audience. Okay. Now what?
So who would like to take the chance to explain?
Okay, my name is Ed Roche. I'm going to answer part of the now what. In two ways. One is systems development, and the other is non-tariff barriers to trade and services. So let's look first at the systems development. If you look at Marit's presentation on the mobile internet and the app economy, if you think about traditional systems development, you had a mainframe, a dominant platform like Microsoft Windows that you would develop for. When you linked the Windows to the mainframe, you would use perhaps 3270 screen scraping, or perhaps an interspersed IIS server with a DB2 or SQL backend. And so now, if you look at the same logic, if the dominant platform is not Windows, but rather is iOS and Android, simply because of the large number of people, if you take the same approach, then you would develop first for the mobile applications, and then later for other interfaces. If that's the case, then this would have a large effect on education and training. You would teach people not so much development for desktops, but the first priority would be teaching people application development for the mobile world, and migrating training to iOS and Android, or possible open systems. And then if you go backwards into the mainframes, you might have a way of bypassing the IIS or this type of midframe and moving straight to Linux gateways and virtual machines. So the implication of this, that's the first implication of the situation, particularly the rapid and incredibly powerful growth of the mobile platform. The second thing has to do with trade and services, and it was disturbing to hear that there are rules regarding storage of personal data. This problem should be solved with international agreements on safe harbors for data, and perhaps using encryption and things like that to protect information. Because if you have a balkanization of applications, if you, for example, make it more difficult for people in Azerbaijan to take advantage of the cloud or the large number of applications available in the cloud, then at the same time application development is becoming easier, you yourself are cutting off the access to it.
Well, excuse me. Can I please interrupt you? Thank you very much for an extensive response. I guess you have done a great job in terms of doing our job, so kind of facilitating that. I appreciate your comment, but I would like to kindly request you to let other colleagues, if they have anything to add to what we said. Due to the time constraints, I have to apologize for interrupting you, but certainly I would like to hear some more views about this question. Any other from the panel members, anyone would like to address this question?
I think it will be. We can find your question, the answer to your question after 5 years. If you come back, then we can show you that is the real result of the diversification of our economy. But of course, as a nation, we have to be ready for not only for wins but also for failures. But this is also the normal path. So we have to. I like very much the all the time I quote from Winston Churchill. He says that success is the ability to go from one failure to another failure, but with no loss of enthusiasm. And as a nation, Azerbaijan nation, we are quite enthusiastic nation, and I think we have also quite good ambitions and resources to implement what we plan.
Thank you, Mr. Baramo. I would like to just add a few lines to this. And I believe what you have said, in fact, truly captures the international best practice and the history of development of many countries and examples that we have heard today. But I think one of the reasons why, I dare to think, one of the reasons that we have seen these best case success stories do not work everywhere is probably what Dr. Gassemli mentioned, a temptation to go an easy way and copy and paste certain things that work in different circumstances but wouldn't work in Azerbaijan's case. And just being very selfish, voicing the Azerbaijan-specific challenges which are related to very naturally to the stage of development where we are, that creates some local specificities. Dr. Gassemli and others, you mentioned that according to World Economic Forum, there's 3 stages of development, and we're still having completed the transition from the first stage, which is resource-based development, to the second stage, which is more productivity-led development. And the innovation-led development is only the third stage, that we can only look at some potential opportunity for us. So I would like, of course, to be open to other views or other questions that are possible here. But if you ask me, I would like to draw lessons from what we heard today in the panel. And I would like to summarize them as follows. So diversification is possible. It's not like this is a self-fulfilled prophecy. But it has to be realized that it will only happen gradually. It's a cumulative process.
To understand where could one start, of course, ICT could be an obvious suspect. It could be the area where that well-being can be maintained without compromising much. However, there are caveats. And one of the caveats is that it can generate revenues. It may or should not be looked at an employment generation opportunity, as our colleagues mentioned here. And then, as other colleagues mentioned, then it should not be looked at only an employment generation or revenue generation for the ICT sector only. It should be something that other sectors might benefit a lot from, especially in the manufacturing, in the services, where it can really boost the productivity levels. And that way help us to reach the productivity-led development stage before we start thinking about innovation-led economy. So I think we have to all be realistic that things like that are proven through many years of world, the mankind development in the planet Earth, that we are not going to prove something radically different. So if that was true, it would have been proven by now already. And we have to go through these stages to get to the stage where we have ready potential to develop. And then another caveat is that this has happened in Azerbaijan as well. We have to look at the trajectory where we've come from to where we are, and then try to understand where could we potentially go. And Azerspace is one example. High Tech Park is another example. ICT Foundation, and then Central Bank, other examples that, yes, government has to take on it some mission. Usually in the established, developed, advanced economy, one would say, what does government, who is /regulator, has to do in the business area? It crowds out business community, so it should just regulate. But in developing countries like Azerbaijan, very interestingly, one of the secrets of our success has been so far that the government agencies are not viewed just as referees who monitor whether the companies or players abide by rules of the game or not. They don't suffice fulfilling that mission only. They do more. They take on the mission of also helping to build these business communities, these firms, facilitating business processes. So in that sense, it serves as a complementary to private sector initiatives. And then just to sum everything up, it's just not one-man show. It's an ecosystem that we're talking about, and rightly so. We need the companies, we need the venture capitals, we need the university minds, brains, and we need also the private sector. And representatives of the private sector mentioned that there has been a successful track record proving this realistic, possible, and moreover really necessary. Now, if I answer that question, I probably wouldn't, because that's a topic of another conference. But I basically, in my humble view, we have fulfilled the objective of this session by providing this answer. Yes, please. Yes,
yes, sir. Well, I'm certainly with you on this, and my question then, let me rephrase it. May I suggest that for the next IGF, which hopefully is going to take place in this academy, which I found the best place to arrange it, may I suggest a session, a cross-disciplinary session like this, to take stock of this particular session and to make a kind of attempt to brainstorm on certain issues, because again, generally, I agree with you, and we should talk not only about ICT and not only about apps, but we should talk about economic development, institutions, and driving forces behind all these processes. And I believe that this gathering has sufficient intellectual capacity to go through whatever that, primordial screen of Rome hasn't built overnight, to pinpoint certain things and to map, to create a roadmap for the government, for example, as a practical exercise, which should enable the government to bolster, generate and propel the development of that ecosystem you were talking about. So if I may, I would just ask the organizers to take a note of this. It might be a very interesting exercise for all of us, and we can bring in students here as well, because after all, they will come after us.
Yes, they will.
Thank you.
You can bet.
And you're deputy dean. Deputy director for strategy. So it's up to you to strategize. Thank you
very much. I appreciate your challenge. I take it.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think, you've actually captured the essence of this. And linking it to his suggestion, I think a session on ICT for ICT for development, can cut across a lot of things, and perhaps that buttress and underscore the point that he made. In yesterday's session, or this morning's session, there was an interesting presentation on the NGOs' role on ICT for civil societies and ICT for disabilities. This is all part of, I think, the ecosystem that you were talking about. So I think your point is well made, and I hope that the organization of the next conference can get into broader sessions that gets into this. And I think ICT for D is very important. And for Azerbaijan and the region, agriculture is emerging to be a very important area. And ICT for agriculture is actually a very important component as well, and have some governance issues when you get into knowledge management aspect of it. So again, thank you for those points.
Thank you very much. Any other comments, questions? Yes, please.
Thank you, first of all, to the organizers for the opportunity, and also to the panel for their contributions. My question would be to Mr. Mahmoudov from the Central Bank. You spoke about the modernization in the banking sector, which definitely increases quality and efficiency of operations. However, I'd like to ask a question about the security aspect. How do you think in the future, the banking sector will be able to ensure its cybersecurity? Because I've heard it in many international media outlets that, if they hack into 2-3 accounts, it could already lead to billion-dollar, failures for the banking sector, because everybody's going to start withdrawing. It leads to media. Everybody's going to start withdrawing their money, and that could be a big issue. So we're talking about, hacking into only very few accounts, but then the result of it could be very severe. And I would like to know, actually, is the central bank providing cybersecurity itself? If it is, how do you train? Where do you, train your staff? And also, how do you foresee, providing the cybersecurity in the future? Thank you.
Thank you for questions. Very interesting question. But first, my opinion is never secured from the cybercrime, because almost the world is never secured from that. As a central bank, what we're doing, we have several standards, and we have a regulation. We're using e-signature for all our transactions, intra-bank transaction, also in card-based transaction. Maybe you're feeling that there are several changes in the card payment, because we start to apply the 3-day security is like the additional online PIN for the card transaction, and it's like now it's mandatory for all the banks. And with this kind of all the technical issues, we want to secure our card holders, our the bank customers, and we always make a lot of research in this area, and we try to use the new standards. And for example, maybe it's like more technical, and for the card business, like PCI DSS standards. I'm familiar with this. I worked with this, and we apply for our banks these standards, and just adaptation of the standard in the next future. And now it's the old paper on our tables, and we try to finish this. And but parallel with this, we do, how to say, a lot of technical works. I'm not going to go on deep details because first it's like security aspect, and I'm not going to share this information with it's not public information. But believe me, we're doing our best in this case, and as I told before, and for example, internet security one of our priority, and we try to do how to say we will apply best express e-commerce in the future, and also for internet payment.
Okay, thank you, Ramil. I really appreciate that you realize that we're entering a very dangerous zone right now. It's Friday, 4 p.m. and we have to be extra careful at this point about getting into technical details because the minds work in their own way. So please, one more question and then we finalize the session. Please, back there.
Hello, my name is Cristina, and I am doing a research about the government and the commerce. Some of you know me already. Actually, while I was doing my research, I found a website called b2b.us, which actually costs a lot of money to the Ministry of Economy. And I would like to know, because this website, the aim of this website is to provide some networking between managers of companies. They can trade some different products. So my question is, why is not working this website? Because actually the government of Azerbaijan, I believe, is investing a lot of money, but maybe, this is my personal question, maybe there is not, you are not doing like a feasibility studies or market research. What do you think is missing in these kind of programs like b2b.us? It's not working, this website. I was finding for results of what companies are using this. Nobody gave me any answer.
Okay, let me just take this question because I don't think there's anyone from the side of the Ministry of Economy and Industry to address on our panel to address your question. I honestly do not know that site. I don't know who founded it or who developed it. I am very sorry for your negative experience about that site. We'll probably have to talk. I need to get some more information, and perhaps I will be able to assist you in solving your difficulties. But in general, we all know what B2B is, and the government's efforts to diversify is associated with other efforts to facilitate business environment, to create that infrastructure for entrepreneurs in this country. And there's some good examples that we talked about today. Some other examples we haven't talked, but still we cannot really be sure that it's a one-time effort. So you have to have many efforts together in a continuous basis, consistently applied to ensure that, and one of those initiatives could be develop and make sure it works properly, develop that website. But speaking specifically in terms of that particular website, unfortunately, I have no information about it and I cannot really give you a fully satisfying answer. But we can surely talk to you after the forum and I'll try to provide some recommendations. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so yes, please. And that would be our very last question. Please. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's not a question, it's just for organizers. If you are talking about creating environment for ICT innovation, I think to have a session on copyright protection. So some of you have touched on startups, high-tech parks. I think we need to have a session on copyright protection in technological innovation. I think you will consider it.
I completely agree with you. This is one of the factors that inhibits full development of the startups in Azerbaijan. Copyright is an important area, and of course I agree that the organizers should take this into account, maybe including the panel experts that would be able in position to speak on that issue. Thank you very much. All right, without any further delay, I would like to thank you very much for active participation. Hopefully, we've come closer to answering some of the questions. Of course, it's very difficult to address all of them in this setting, but most importantly is going from one failure to another failure without losing an enthusiasm, and I think this is what we can promise to all of them. So we have full of enthusiasm, and I congratulate you for completing this session and invite you to have a group photo to mark it on our archive. So please, let's give a round of applause to